town?
Yep.
Yes.
For God to
At an apartment,
remove the
and then
Lord.
we'll stay at the apartment until.
But it took 3 days of
Yeah.
practice.
Yeah.
Well,
For me,
I'm so happy for
it
you.
was
Both.
instantaneous
Both of you.
soon as
So cool.
of that.
Do you know who I married?
I mean, like I told, the only reason.
J-Lo McDaniel?
We're gonna add you to the
You got anything?
You don't have coffee?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Nantucket. They have Nantucket Mall up there. I'll tell you what.
That'd be good.
Who wants to stop?
Oh, no,
We may have to stop.
They didn't make it through.
May have to stop.
good bit the last month and a half, but okay. She's pretty. She's like our mother. She's just a yeah, we started, it was sick leave.
Oh, yeah, never had.
And we're not.
Got late start.
We're not.
Oh, yeah.
We're not. Overnight stay apartments.
Well, good morning, everyone. Those of you who are in person and those who are online, appreciate your support, appreciate you being here today. We're all ready to go. Elaine is streaming it. She's new to the CRA, so if you hadn't had a chance to meet her, please say hello. And if you've never met Tessa, who's been here a long time, I call her Tessa Home Run Perry. She's the best, so make sure you say hello to out there also. I didn't print a formal schedule for you because it wasn't necessary to print it. We're just going to go in 50-minute blocks. 9 to 9:50, 10 to 10:50, 11, then we'll take an hour lunch break. We'll come back for 2 sessions in the afternoon. Then the last session will be question and answer, 3 o'clock to as long as that lasts, question and answers for Travis. If you're online and the chat is up and running, I've tested the chat. If you have a question, you're one of the people that's watching via the live stream, just put your message in the chat and I'll record that as we're going along and we'll use it in the afternoon. Travis Jacob is coming. I think for a lot of you guys, he's going to be new. I'm not sure of his whole background. He was at Boise Bible College for a while. And Jim Book went out there and stole him from Boise Bible College, brought him down to Kissimmee to help them start Advanced Center for Ministry Training. You guys in your 4th year? Yeah, getting ready to start the 4th year down at Advanced Center for Ministry Training, doing tremendous work. Travis is the director, I think is the right term, of the Advanced Center for Ministry Training. And he's going to be doing our seminar this morning. A lot of these principles are going to come from his book. He's got books for sale. I'm sure he'll mention that. Let me pray for us, and then we'll turn it over to Travis. Father in heaven, we thank you for this beautiful day, and we thank you so much for the chance just to learn and grow in our efforts to serve you. Pray, Lord, that you'll help Travis today as he presents the information to us. Help us to hear and to the things that you want us to hear, learn the things that you want us to learn. We're here this morning because we want to be better stewards and better servants in your kingdom, and we pray that that will happen this day. And above all, we pray that the things we do and say today bring glory and honor to Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thanks, John. Hey, is this okay?
Yep, that is perfectly fine.
I think it's Joe, right? Joe says love language is sarcasm and
Ridicule.
which I thought was kind of funny. I never heard that before, but my love language is coffee. So I always try to share with you some principles, some truths, some things about culture, and what it means to develop a winning culture in your organization. And why is that important? Why are we talking about it now? Why did I write a book about it now? It's important because we live in an environment, in a society that's getting less and less connected. So in general, we think that we're getting more and more connected because we have social media, all of the things, AI, all of those things that are out there that people think that they're being relational. What it's actually doing is separating us. And why is that important? Well, that's important because, first of all, if we go back to Genesis, we were all made in what? In the image of God. We were all made in the image of God, Genesis 1:27. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them. And then the rest of the Bible is all about the relationship between men and between man and God, right? And so it's a story of love, and it's a story of relationship, and we're missing that so many times in our society, in our jobs, unfortunately in our families, and then it creeps into the church. And so in the church, and different ministry organizations that we're a part of, there tends to be more of a disconnection now between people than there ever has been. So it's very important. Being made in God's image means that we were created to have relationships. So very important to remember that as we go through today, this whole seminar today, talk about culture and talk about some principles of relationship. I do. Do I not have it on? Yeah, okay. So, John mentioned that I'm the executive director for Advanced Center for Ministry Training. Now, Jim didn't come up and steal me from Boise Bible College. I actually was the dean of students at Boise Bible College from 2008 to 2014. I was living in Daytona Beach when Jim called and asked me what I was doing, and I told him I was looking for my next position. And then so this position at Advanced Center for Ministry Training came up then, and it was offered to me, and I was able to take that. But at Advanced Center for Ministry Training, what we're doing is training ministers to be visionary leaders in the church. And there's different types of training. There's different, when you think about colleges, there's a big push for online training, right? Online education. And a lot of times that means that there's very little interaction between the student and the instructor, or the student and the professor. So there's a lot of self-guided study, a lot of reading, and then you just type messages on chat boards, and then there's some dialogue that way. But even that, there's the relationship aspect of it is not there. So at Advance, we put an importance on face-to-face training, and that's why all of our classes are on Zoom, so that it's a live classroom environment. Terry Pierce, one of our teachers, one of our instructors, and Terry Stein, who some of you in here know as well, is one of our instructors. Jim Book's one of our instructors. But these guys are training visionary leaders for the church in a format that, yes, things are more online now, things are more disconnected now. We can't expect people to move to an area to come to a classroom live. We started that way. Our classes were on the campus of Kissimmee Christian Church in Central Florida. We had a group of students that it was their first. They were all local and they could drive. But by the second year, we got people saying, "Well, I want to take your program, but I'm not moving." And so we started offering our courses on Zoom. So if I'm the instructor in this room, then I've got all of you here, but then there's also a screen in the back, and it's got all of our Zoom students in the back, and they're still just as much a part of the class. And so it provides us the opportunity to train more people and get them prepared to build relationships. that's what it's all about. It's all about relationships. And again, why a seminar like this is so important, because we've got to learn, we've got to know how to build relationships with people in the church, because that's what it's all about. So the seminar today, our first hour, we're going to talk about the importance of culture. So I've got some things, you've all got the handout. If you've got the handout, if you're watching the live stream, I think you've gotten that sent to you as well. So there's fill in the blanks on the handout today, not a whole lot, but there are. I know some people, the structural people, you're going to fill in every blank on that handout. Some of you are thinking, I'm not going to write anything down. You're not going to hurt my feelings. You're not going to hurt my feelings at all. You don't have to write anything down. This is just for you to use the way that you want to use it. So the first hour, we're going to talk about culture. The second hour, hours 2, 3, and 4, actually, we're going to go through what I call 14 timeless principles of building and maintaining a winning culture in your organization, in your church, in your family. These are 14 principles that are timeless, I call, because number one, they transcend all demographics. So all these principles, it doesn't matter if you're a man, a woman, if you're young, if you're old, doesn't matter what your skin color is, doesn't matter what your nationality is, none of that matters when we're talking about these principles, because they're biblical principles. They're timeless. And so we're going to go through those 14 for those 3 hours. And then in the 5th hour, we're going to talk a little bit about what it means to be a culture champion. And we're going to talk about 4 disciplines that will help you be the best leader that you can be when it comes to building and maintaining a winning culture, in not only in your church or your organization, but in your home or with any other group that you're a part of. That's the great thing about these principles we're going to talk about today. They will make you a better person, a better leader in every aspect of your life. And I personally believe it starts in the home. It starts in the home, because if you're the best that you can be in the home, then you're going to be the best that you can be in your organization, in your church, in your with whatever groups that you're a part of. All right, so that's what the seminar is going to look like today. So let's get started with part 1 and culture. We're going to talk about synergy here for a minute. So the title of my book is Ultimate Synergy, and I talk a lot about synergy and what synergy means, and everybody knows what synergy is in some aspect. It's when 2 people accomplish more working together than they could working separately, right? In other words, figuratively speaking, 1 + 1 = 3 or perhaps 4. We've heard the term before. 2 people working together accomplish more than they can each accomplish individually. But ultimate synergy is what I call synergy on steroids. I mean, it's when you build such a winning culture in your organization or your church or even your home, such a fantastically healthy environment for your people, that 1 + 1 becomes 5 or 8 or even 10 or even more. And you can accomplish way more than you ever thought that you could imagine when the relationships are strong in your families, in your churches, in your organizations. The stronger the culture, the greater the synergy. The stronger the culture, the greater the synergy. So here are 4 truths about culture. 4 truths about culture. Number 1 is culture matters. Culture matters. By definition, organizational culture is this. It's the collection of values, expectations, and practices that guide and inform the actions of all team members. So it's a collection of values, expectations, and practices. And those values, expectations, and practices guide and inform the actions of all the team members. So whatever's valued, whatever's expected, and whatever's practiced, that's how people are going to act in your organization, in your church, even in your home. And it's the one thing more than anything else that determines a business or organization's success. I do a lot of reading on with business books of what makes businesses very successful. And Patrick Lencioni is an author who's written some of the best books on what makes organizations and companies successful. He does the most extensive research changed my view of working with people and working with people in organizations specifically. And the name of the book is The Advantage. It's called The Advantage. And in The Advantage, he talks about, again, based on years of data and years of research on what makes companies great. And this is what he found. His group found this, that there's two sides to every organization. There's a healthy side and there's a smart side to every organization. And if you think about it, you'll understand why. The smart side is this. It's the strategies that the organization comes up with. It's the financial structure, it's the policies, it's the procedures, it's the way everything happens. It's all the mechanics of a company or organization or even church, right? It's the smart side of it is doesn't have anything to do with people necessarily. It's about processes and procedures. And then you have the healthy side of an organization over here. And the healthy side of an organization is all about the people in the organization. And so he's got 5 measurements in the book, and we won't go into all the details on that, but there's 5 measurements that he uses for a healthy organization. And that is how they deal with the people in their organization. And what he found was that in the businesses that were most successful, they focused on the healthy side. They focused on the people side and training their people and investing in their people and making sure their people felt valued and appreciated, instead of focusing on the smart side, which is all the other systems and processes and procedures and all those things all those things that make a company run. When a business focused on the people, you know what happened with the smart side of it? It got even better. Because when you focus on the people and you let them do their job, then they're going to excel. And so all of a sudden, you see a company that's just blowing the socks off of all of their competitors. And why is that? Well, it's because the people that work there like to work there. They love the people that they work with. They love their job and they feel the value. So they're going to do the best that they can do. But when a company just focuses on the smart aspect of it, this side of it, and neglects their people, then there's a lid that they're not going to get over, right? So it's very important that culture matters. It matters in any organization. It matters in any church, in any business. Culture is invisible, and that you can't nail it to the wall and shine a spotlight on it to impress people in your organization or church. It's something that's lived and experienced, first by the staff, and then by extension, the people who walk through the door. It's like air or gravity or even your faith. You can't see it, but you can't help but experience it. Have you ever walked into a church and you could just feel that there was some kind of excitement in there? And then have you ever walked into a church and you just think, what is going on here? I mean, this church is dead. I mean, nobody looks like they enjoy being here. Well, so many times that's the culture of the church. That starts with the leadership of the church, right? You can't see it, but you can't help but experience it. Everywhere you go, the culture that has been established in that place will have a bigger impact on your experience than anything else. That's why culture matters. It matters. The second truth is
Hey,
this.
Travis?
Yes.
They're having trouble hearing you online. Will
Okay.
you use this for the rest of the session, and we'll troubleshoot at the break?
I can do that. Let me make sure. I think that's going to work now, because I think I had it muted. Is that right?
Yeah, you would have to.
You're coming through.
If I'm coming through the speakers now, I think that they can probably hear me online now. Yeah. My bad. Sorry. Start over. Here we go. You guys have till 6 o'clock tonight, right? Okay. So culture matters is the first truth. The second truth is this: culture happens. It happens. Culture just happens no matter what you do. The reason is that organizational culture is the collection of values, expectations, and practices, like we talked about, that guide and inform the actions of all the team members. So if that's the case, even if you do nothing to create a culture, you're still going to have one. It's still going to happen. It's going to be based on whatever those attitudes are, whatever the routines are, and whatever the procedures become ingrained in your day-to-day operation by constant repetition. So what happens over and over and over again, no matter what it is, that's the culture that you're going to get. It happens. And the culture of every church or organization is on a scale. And we'll use a scale that over here, it's very toxic, meaning that nobody wants to work there. And on the extreme side over here, then it's healthy. So every church, every organization is on a sliding scale right there. It's on that line between toxic and healthy. And if you want it to stay healthy, you've got to work on it because it's just going to happen anyway. So if there's toxic and then there's healthy, what does that mean? Well, signs of a toxic culture would be this: people don't smile, they don't communicate, they don't seem happy to be around each other. Number two, hierarchy is considered very important to the organization. I'm in charge, and everybody else falls in line and does what I say. Another sign is that there's great emphasis on rules and policies. When you're in an organization or a church and they focus on the rules, they focus on the policies, that can be an indication of a toxic culture. Number four, discontent is well known but not addressed. Discontent is well known but not addressed. So if you're in an organization where people just don't want to be there, they're not content to be there, and the leadership refuses to address it, that's a sign of a toxic culture. And number five, people are afraid to speak up. They're silent, especially in meetings. So if you have a staff, if you're in a room and nobody's talking, but they're just listening to the person in charge, just give information and tell people what to do, but nobody's speaking up, even if they ask a question, that's a sign of a toxic culture. So on the flip side of it, if it's a healthy culture, what are the signs of a healthy culture? Well, we can repeat those 4 or 5 signs of a toxic culture in a positive sense. So number one, people smile. People smile a lot. They communicate with each other. They seem happy to be around each other, right? That's the sign of a healthy culture. Hierarchy is not considered very important. So you see there's a structure of every organization, and what does that structure look like? Well, is it the person on top then giving orders to the person below, and the person below? Is there a focus on that? Or in a healthy culture, there's not a big emphasis on that. We're all in this together. We all have a voice. Yes, there's a leader. Yes, there are people that lead in different areas, but you know, we're all part of the same team. It's almost like a flat structure. There's not a great emphasis on rules and policies. There won't be, because there really doesn't need it. That constricts people. Who was I telling? I was telling, what's your name again? John. That when I got recruited to Boise Bible College, were you the one I was telling about that? So when Terry Stein called me in 2007, asked me to come to Boise Bible College and be their dean of students, I said no. I'm not interested in doing that. And the reason is because my experience in Bible college, and I didn't go till I was 25, so I was a non-traditional student. So I was really watching what was happening from the fringes, and I was good friends with the dean of students at that school, right? So we were more co-workers than anything, but I saw the way that he operated things, and it was more of here's a book of all the rules, everything that you can do wrong, here it is, and then here are all the consequences for that. Right? So what happened? Well, what happened was you had a culture of students that were doing everything that they could to get away with everything that they could get away with without getting caught. And for some of them, it was a challenge, right? But we're all going to fall. We're all going to fail. We're all going to break the rules. We're all going to make mistakes. But what happened was it created this chasm in between student life and the student body, which you would think, okay, a student life department at a college is there for what? To enhance student life. But in that case, the student life office was the police station. And the dean of students was the sheriff, right? And so if you got called to the office, to the dean of students office, that meant that you were in trouble. Nobody got called to his office just to talk and just to, hey, what can we do? Nobody got called to the office for anything good. When you got called to the dean of students office, you knew that you were in trouble. So then you went there and you got your points, or then it's all these consequences. So there was this divide, right? And I told Terry, I said, I'm not interested in doing that. And he said, well, that's why I want you to come here, because I don't want that either. I want there to be a good, solid connection. So long story short, I decided, okay, I'll do it. So moved out to Boise and immediately started working with the students. And I had a team of 22 student leaders. And these were RAs. They led student groups. They were class leaders, committee leaders, those types, just a group of 22 leaders. And I decided I was going to spend my time working with those 22 leaders. So we got together and we had meetings and I did training with them and I helped them. When they put on events, they knew what they were doing because I gave them a planning guide. I gave them the tools that they needed to be successful. The other thing I did was I gave them the freedom to challenge me as the dean of students. And these were traditional college students, right? So if you disagree with something, then I want to know about it, right? And they knew that they could trust me. One year we used to do a leadership retreat before the semester started. So I got together with I put together a bunch of material for this for this leadership retreat. Well, Matt, one of my top student leaders, came into my office one day. This was before the school was going to get started. The leaders were coming back, and we were getting ready to go on this student leadership retreat in the next week, right? So he comes in my office, and he sees this material sitting on my desk. And the funny thing is that it's the same material that we're going to go through today. It's these 14 principles, and I talk about it as bricks in a wall, and we're going to talk about that here. But I had a workbook sitting on my desk, and he walks into my office, and he says, "We're not going to do that wall thing, are we?" And I went, "What? Wait, I wrote that. That's good stuff, right? I mean, like, what are you talking about?" And so I said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Yeah, we're going to do it." He goes, "That'll be terrible. That'll be the worst thing that we can do." He goes, "Everybody's going to fall asleep. Everybody's going to," I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, we're college students, man. And so I said, "All right, Matt, what do you want to do?" And so then he started telling me, "Well, we should talk about this and this and this and this and this." All right. So what did we do? We put together a plan, and we went and we did this student retreat. And you know what happened at that student retreat? A lot more than what would have happened if I would have used my own material and shut Matt down and said, "No, I know better than you." I didn't. He knew better than I did in that case. He was a student, and he had the best pulse on the students, more so than I did, right? But I had to, put my pride aside and say, you know what? He knows better in this instance. Now, that didn't always happen. Sometimes, my decisions trumped what they wanted to do. But the point is this: we could sit there and fight it out, and they felt comfortable disagreeing with me, right? So, but we didn't have this huge emphasis on rules and policies. We just refused to do that. And then that created a partnership between student life, the student leaders, and the student body. So it was just a great time being there because it was a whole different way of looking at it. Okay, number 4, discontent is well known, but at the same time, it is addressed. So when somebody's discontent with somebody, it's addressed right away. That's a sign of a healthy culture. Not everything's going to go perfect in our teams, in our churches, in our families, in our jobs, right? Not everything, and we're going to disagree with each other. Sometimes we're not going to be content, but when we are discontent, when somebody is discontent in a healthy culture, it's addressed right away. And typically, it's people, they work through that and they become stronger because of that. And then the 5th one is people are not afraid to speak up. They're not quiet, and they engage in meetings. So that's a sign of, those are signs of a healthy workplace culture that just happens. Culture is going to happen. The 3rd truth about culture is this: culture reveals. Culture reveals. Organizational culture reveals the health of the organization more than any other single factor. Organizational culture reveals the health of an organization or church more than any other single factor. And that is because when you go back to, you see the way that people are acting, you see what's happening, you see that the way people interact with each other, it reveals how healthy that church or that organization really is. And there's a self-evaluation for leaders that I gave you in your handout. And it's a list of 10 questions that'll help you do some self-evaluation actually for yourself. I could come up with more than that, but these 10 will do you a lot of good if you evaluate the way that you treat your team members, and give yourself a rating on each one of these questions. We're not going to have time, we don't have time today to go through each one of these questions per se and do this now. This is for you to be able to do later. Not only if you're a leader, but if you're on any team that you're on. So if you're a leader and you're doing this self-evaluation, you're going to go to question 1 and say, do you communicate openly and truthfully with your people on a regular basis? On 1 to 10, a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the least, 10 being the greatest. Where do you fall on that scale of communicating openly and truthfully with your people on a regular basis, right? If you're not the leader in your organization or your church, if you're part of the team, then you can read this question of, do I communicate openly and truthfully with the people that I work with my teammates, with the ones who are on staff, with the people that I'm always around. So you can look at these questions in 2 different ways. And then you go down through and answer every single one of those questions. Do you show appreciation for a job well done? Do you take a personal interest in your people? Do you develop and train your people to succeed? Do you allow your people to give honest feedback? Do you allow your people to solve problems independently? Do you challenge your people to do their best? Do you allow people to make mistakes and learn from them? Do you keep the commitments you make to your people? And do your people trust you? And here's the thing, on a survey like this, or a questionnaire like this, or an evaluation like this, we're going to go down through these and we're going to rate ourselves on each one of these. This is how I think I'm doing with my people, right? But if you are leading a church, if you are leading an organization right now, I'll challenge you to do this. Take these questions, fill them out for yourself, right? And then when you get done, you have to have we all have to have a measure to see how we're doing, right? It's good to measure how we're doing, or else it's just meaningless, a list of meaningless questions. So the grading key is this: add up all the ratings together, divide by 10, that'll give you your average score. Then evaluate your score as follows. If you got a score of 8 to 10, that's above average. Your employees or your people like working for you and are happy in their jobs. 5 to 7, your average, your employees don't hate you, but they can name things they don't like about you. And then 0 to 4, you're way below average, and you better watch your back, because people don't like you. People don't like working with you. So when you take this survey, this evaluation, and you fill it out on yourself and you get your score, right? The challenge to you is that you type these questions up again and you give them to all your people and say, will you rate me on this, right? And then find out what your people, now, if they're scared of you, they're gonna give you all 10s. You're gonna have all 10s, oh, whoa, it's perfect, right? That's one indication that people are scared to speak up, right? But if people are honest, you know what they're gonna do? And if they feel like they can be if they trust you to know that they can be honest with you, they're gonna give you a pretty accurate score on each one of these. But you know what that'll do? That'll help develop you as a leader to make you a better leader for them, right? And they will appreciate you more. They will respect you more as a leader if you allow them to speak into their leadership and the way that you're leading the team, right? So I would just encourage you to you can look at this evaluation 3 ways. Number 1, do it on yourself as the leader, on yourself as part of the team, and number 3, hand these questions to the other people that are on your team, or if you're working in a church, some key leaders in your church, some key ministry leaders, some people those people that you count on to do the ministry in your church. Give this questionnaire or this survey to them and say, hey, just fill this out on me. I just want to know what you think. It's going to help you be a better leader in your workplace.
But isn't the effectiveness of that survey largely connected to the kind of culture you already have?
It is.
Because if you have a toxic culture, the value of it's going to be quite small, isn't it?
It absolutely is.
Okay.
If you do, you're absolutely right. If you have a toxic culture already, the value of this evaluation is not going to be as good as it could be. It's going to be quite small. But there's indications for that. Again, if you give this to people that you think that you trust, and they come back as, oh, no, oh, you're great. It's all great. That's an indication that maybe something's wrong, right? So that would have to be addressed. Then you need to start building trust with your team or with your people. But it starts with you being willing to do some self-reflection and knowing that it's you. It's you that needs to change to help change the culture of your organization. So self-awareness is a big thing when it comes to doing evaluations like this. And then the trust of the people in your room or in your circle to tell you the truth about it. And if they do tell you the truth about it, then be willing to swallow your pride and be willing to make those changes, because you know what that'll do for the people on your team. That'll cause them to trust you even more, and that'll strengthen your team even more when they know that, okay, he's going to listen to me. So I'm going to continue to do my best that I can for the team. Good point. So you're going to do those evaluations later, right? Yeah. The whole team's going to do them over here? Yeah. You guys are all together, right? Yeah. All 4 of you guys. Okay.
I don't know.
Joe, right? Joe? Joe, are you considered the leader of this team, aren't you?
I'm sitting on the corner. So I they're in my sights before. There's no one behind my back.
Okay, we're gonna do an exercise right now. We're gonna take some time, and the 3 of you guys go ahead and fill this evaluation out now on Joe, and then we want to hear your feedback. No, we're not gonna do that.
Please remember, the evaluation they fill out is reflective of their emotional backdrop.
Okay, there you go.
You guys have done a lot of research on this, and so, and that's actually one of the marks of a healthy team and a healthy culture. So, when these guys sit here and the leaders with them, and they're laughing like that with each other, that's a pretty good sign right there. So.
I think they were laughing at me.
Yeah.
I know where his EpiPen is.
I know I do a lot of quirky things, and so the people that I work around, I mean, they laugh at me all the time. It's like, I know. I'm weird, so just go ahead and laugh. I know I say weird, awkward things sometimes, but giving people permission to laugh at you and with you goes a long way. Anybody eaten a Chick-fil-A before? I passed one coming here from the hotel. Chick-fil-A is famous all over the world for its workplace culture. I mean, they focus on culture. That's one thing that makes them different. I mean, the chicken sandwich is really good. Of course, I like the chicken strips. If you get the strips and then you get ranch sauce and buffalo and dip that strip through the ranch and then the buffalo, I don't think there's anything better than that. I mean, all right, I'm just saying, just go try it once. Anyway, the reason why, one of the reasons, what makes Chick-fil-A so good is that they focus on culture. So Chick-fil-A, if you can put Chick-fil-A up against any other restaurant that's around them, and they will do more business than any other fast food restaurant that's around them, and they per year, and they will do it in 6 days a week instead of 7 days. So they have 52 days less of business, but they're going to do more business. Why is that? When you walk into a Chick-fil-A store, restaurant, most of the time, what do you notice?
Feels like you're walking into a church.
It feels like yeah.
Smile.
Right? Okay.
Consistency.
Consistency, right?
People greet you.
People greet you. Yeah. Why is that? I mean, when you walk into McDonald's, do they do that? I mean, you can literally walk into a McDonald's and not have any interaction with anybody. I mean, more and more McDonald's is doing their kiosks now, right? It's been a long time since last time I was in one. I was like, that was just annoying. I want to go talk to somebody. I don't want to order off of a kiosk and then, sit there and, scroll through things and somebody's waiting on me. I don't want that. I want to walk up to the counter. I want to talk to somebody. Well, Chick-fil-A still puts that much value on it that they're not doing that, at least yet. They're not doing that whole kiosk. When you go in there, all these things that you just said is absolutely true because they focus on the culture. So much so that their chicken sandwich, in my opinion, their food is even better because their culture is so strong. Why? Because people take pride in what they do. When somebody takes pride, it's a fast food restaurant, but they're taking pride in what they do. So the quality is going to be the best that it can be because they focus on the culture. My friend Tim is the operator of 3 Chick-fil-A locations in Orlando. Now, in the Chick-fil-A world, that's almost uncalled for. Unheard of. Thank you. You can laugh at me too because I mix these things up. Forget words sometimes, but that's almost unheard of. There's very few operators that Chick-fil-A will allow to run 3 locations, but Tim is one of them. Very successful in his business there with these 3 stores. But he has a motto that he's been using for years with his employees at his restaurants. This is not a Chick-fil-A thing. This started with him. This is Tim's motto. And on paper, that motto is this: do your very best all day, every day. Simple. That's all I expect. Do your very best all day, every day. He talks about that. He ingrains. So every employee, no matter what their position is in the restaurants, knows that Tim's expectation is for you to do your very best all day, every day. But when he's talking to people in face-to-face conversations and with his family at home, he takes that motto one step further. He says, do your very best all day, every day for the glory of the Lord. And he unashamedly says that to people, every person that's on his team at his stores, do your very best all day, every day for the glory of the Lord. So the reason that motto is that I like that motto so much is that in order to do your very best all day, every day, you have to take a truthful look at yourself. That's where culture starts. It starts with each one of us individually. And that's why there's a good benefit to doing evaluations like that, because it helps us take a look at ourselves. And part of that is taking a truthful look at how you treat other people around you as well. Whether you're the leader, whether you're the newest person on the team, did you do your best to treat everyone with the same dignity, honor, and respect that you would like to receive from others? So, the third truth was what? Culture reveals. And the fourth truth is culture ignites. Culture ignites. A winning culture will ignite camaraderie. A winning culture will ignite camaraderie. And here's what camaraderie does. Camaraderie fills your office with a positive vibe. There's a positivity when you go into your office, when you go into your church, when you go into whatever group that you're a part of, when there's camaraderie. It fills your office with positivity. The second point is people will greet each other with smiles and compliments. People greet each other with smiles and compliments. When someone is hurting, there's a genuine concern to help and help offered. When someone is hurting, there's a genuine concern and help offered. When someone is struggling, others happily pick up the slack. This is what camaraderie does. When there's a problem, there's little or no finger pointing, just a desire to get it fixed. We don't point the finger and blame other people. When there's a sense of camaraderie, then people say, okay, let's just get this fixed. And when somebody does something wrong, or when somebody fails at something, it's how you look at that matters. How you look at that really matters, because all of us make mistakes. Every single one of us does, right? But if we look at mistakes as, well, I made that mistake, so that's making me better because I know now I'm not going to make that mistake again, right? And when that happens on our team, when there's a decision made and the outcome isn't what we thought it would be, then we work together and we adjust that, and we don't point the finger at anybody and blame other people for a failure. We just work together. In short, people see themselves as in this together rather than competing. So a winning culture ignites camaraderie. The second one there is a winning culture will ignite ingenuity. It will ignite ingenuity. People are united around the mission. They have no personal axes to grind. They are positive and upbeat. They see problems as challenges and their teammates as allies. They find solutions instead of just sitting around winning. So it will ignite ingenuity. And then the fourth, or the final point there is a winning culture will ignite success. So a winning culture ignites camaraderie, it ignites ingenuity, and a winning culture will ignite success. And I'm not saying that a winning culture is the only thing needed to achieve great success, because it's not. There's other things that we need to put in place. But I am saying that without a winning culture, that it's almost impossible to achieve great success. So in that book I told you about, Patrick Lencioni, if you only focus on the mechanics of an organization and neglect your people, you might find success, but you're not going to find success as great as if you focus on your people and know that the culture in your organization matters more than anything. Because when that's healthy, those people are going to do anything for you. They will do anything for the church. They will do anything for your organization. They will do anything in your family. They will do so much that you would not even believe how much is happening. So that's part one about culture, and that's 50 minutes. And so when we come back in 10 minutes, we will start into part two and some of the 14 timeless principles.
Thank you, Travis, very much. Some of you have never been to the building before. The restrooms are right out the door, just on the other side of the wall. When you have a little more time than our 10-minute break, our bookstore's right down the hall. I encourage you to go down there and check out the bookstore. There's donuts and coffee and drink. You mentioned Chick-fil-A. My daughter works at Chick-fil-A. She, you know, the grass is greener on the other side of the hill. And she came home one day, she goes, I'm thinking about getting a different job. I said, you are nuts. You're not getting another job. Chick-fil-A has the core 4. And I think I got this right. It's eye contact, share a smile, make a connection, and speak an encouraging word. And I mean, they learned that when she went to training, she learned that on day 1. She got in the car and I said, what'd you learn? The core 4, you know. Make eye contact, share a smile, make a personal connection, and speak an encouraging word. That would work in our foyers of our church building, wouldn't it? Anyway.
John, did that have anything to do with chicken?
It had a lot to do with chicken.
But, I mean.
Had nothing to do with chicken.
Right.
Yeah.
It had everything
Had
to do
nothing to do with chicken.
people.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break and we'll be right back. Thank you, Travis.
She might need that other job to know how good
going into these principles that help us to create this strong winning culture. And every one of these principles, like I said, is biblical. And years ago, I always liked reading the book of Nehemiah. And when we talk about leadership in the church, the book of Nehemiah always comes up. And as Nehemiah was one of the greatest leaders. Dylan, we all voted. You got to do 20 push-ups for being late. Sorry.
One arm behind your back.
But I always like the book of Nehemiah because it is a great leadership book. I mean, Nehemiah accomplished something that no human being could ever accomplish with a team of people, right? And so there was good leadership principles in there. And at the same time, I had come across these 14 principles that we're going to talk about. And I call them principles, but they all come out of the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 13, when Paul writes to the church in Corinth. Now, he's not writing to a couple that's going to get married, because that's when we usually hear 1 Corinthians 13, 4 through 7. Love is patient, love is kind. We hear that at weddings all the time. That wasn't written. Paul did not write that for marriages, weddings. He wrote that to strengthen the relationship in the church, and specifically the church in Corinth. So when we look at that, what Paul says there, this is what really started helping to develop a winning culture within the church. And so when I read 1 Corinthians 13, 4 through 7, in that sense, there's 14 principles that stick out to me. 14 principles that Paul talks about. And then I thought, you know what? I wonder if I can see those principles in the book of Nehemiah. So I went back and read through the book of Nehemiah with those 14 principles in mind, and I started seeing, not in the same order that Paul talked about them, but I started seeing all these principles in Nehemiah as he was working with the people to rebuild the walls around Jerusalem. So around 439, 440 BC, King Artaxerxes I was in power in Persia. And he had this cupbearer in his palace, and his name was Nehemiah. Right. And so what was the purpose? What was the job of a cupbearer in the Old Testament, in that point of history? What was their main job?
Make sure the wine wasn't poisoned.
To make sure the wine wasn't poisoned, or whatever it was the king was going to drink. The cupbearer drank out of that cup first. Because if there was poison in it, that cupbearer was going to die, not the king, right? But what the cupbearer was the most trusted ally of the king. And the reason why he had to have that cupbearer is because people wanted to be king, right? So the king had a target on his head. People try to kill the kings. And so the cupbearer is the one who actually protected the king from being poisoned, right? Very important position, very, very trusted position. And then one day Nehemiah's brother and some other people came to the palace in Persia and told Nehemiah about the city of Jerusalem and what the condition was. And so after that, we're going to talk about these 14 principles and how Nehemiah exhibited these principles among those people. Now, what we're going to do for the next 3 parts is we're going to go down through these principles, but I've also put some visual aids out, and I'm going to do that for each part. So now we have 5 of them out there. We're going to talk about these principles, and we're going to talk about each one of these principles as being a brick in a wall. Now, when we talk about walls, when you're on a team or when you read articles and you say there's a wall, right? What does that typically mean? A barrier, right. It means that there is a barrier of communication between two people, right? So it's typically looked at as a negative. A wall is typically, look, there's a wall between us, right? In ancient times, what were walls built for? Safety, security, protection, strength. So when a city, when a group of people got together and said, you know what, we're gonna form a city, what's one of the first things that they did? They built a wall around it because it did protect them. So in that sense, a wall is a positive. A wall is a good thing. So for the next 3 sessions, we're gonna build a wall, but we're gonna build a good wall. This is not a wall of barrier between us. This is a wall that's gonna make our team as strong as possible. And we're gonna build that wall as we go along down with each one of these principles. And we're gonna talk about these principles. And if there's something that comes to your mind, go ahead and interrupt me, because I think that we can all learn from each other. And if you're viewing this on the live stream, I'll do my best to repeat the question so everybody can hear what's going on and what questions are being asked, especially in this room right here. So let's start off with the first principle of compassion, and that comes from Nehemiah 1, 3 through 4. John, you have that brick, compassion, right there. So go ahead and read those verses, because it's on the back of there.
It says, they said to me, those who survived the exile are back in the province and are in great trouble and disgrace. The wall of Jerusalem is broken down and its gates have been burned with fire. When I heard these things, I sat down and wept. For some days I mourned and fasted and prayed before the God of heaven.
Okay, so here's Nehemiah in the palace of the king. He's living a pretty good life. He can do anything he wants to. He's one of the most trusted people in the entire country, right? And so when Nehemiah's brother brought some people with him, and they said, those who survived the exile are back in the province are in great trouble and disgrace. The wall of Jerusalem is broken down. Its gates have been burned with fire. When I heard these things, what did he do? He wept. He sat down and wept. And more than that, for some days, he says, I mourned and fasted and prayed before the God of heaven. Now, if I could ask you, how would you define compassion? How would you define it? Caring?
Sharing in the experience.
Sharing in the experience, okay.
Empathetic.
What's that?
Empathetic.
Empathetic. Those all have to do with compassion. If you think about it, we look at people in different ways. Each one of us looks at people in different ways, right? So when we look at a person in need, we can look at them as, we can have pity on somebody. Now, if you have pity on somebody, what does that mean? You feel sorry for them. Okay, so if I have pity on you, I feel sorry for you. And fine, I feel sorry for you, but I'm not engaged in you. I'm not doing anything. I'm walking away and I'm living my life. Hey, sorry for your luck. I feel sorry for you, but I'm not doing anything about it. That's pity, right? What's empathy?
Understanding the situation.
Understanding the situation.
What's more than that, it's understanding the situation because you've been there. So you actually have experienced the same pain.
Right. So pity says, I feel sorry for you. Boom. I don't think about it again. Empathy says, I understand where you're coming from, and I probably have been in that position before, right? So I get it. I understand it. So I might pray with you right then. But I'm probably still going to walk away and not really do anything and not really take any action, right? But what's compassion? Compassion is actually, I feel bad for you. I feel for you. And maybe I've been in that situation before, and that helps me have empathy for you. But not only that, I'm going to do something about it. I've got some close friends that have been around the state of Florida for years and years, grew up there. And Jimmy and Elizabeth are their names. Well, Elizabeth was a friend of mine since we were little kids in church. Her dad was my 4th grade Sunday school teacher. And on Easter night, Easter Sunday night, they live in central South Orlando, kind of West Orlando actually, and they were over in Daytona visiting her family, her parents, for Easter. 5 kids, so 7 people in the family, and the kids are 17 all the way down to 5. So young kids, right? They're all over there having a great Easter time with her parents. He gets a phone call, 8:30. Bro, your house is on fire. Literally, his house was on fire. And so they were about an hour or so away. So they take off right away. Just the 2 of them and one of the kids, I think they took off right away. Well, they got back to their house and they just watched it burn, everything. They lost it all, except for the clothes on. I mean, it was they had 2 vehicles and a carport right next to the house, burned down to the metal, gone. One of the little girls was raising chickens. She had like 40 chickens that she was getting ready to sell. They got charred. They were up too close to the house. I mean, it was devastating. And that happened on Easter Sunday night. But what I want to focus on is what happened throughout that whole next week. I mean, I went over to their house on Wednesday, and I stood in the living room on Wednesday, and it was just me and Jimmy, and I just couldn't believe it. I mean, it was just, I mean, everything, just total devastation. And but when I pulled into the property, there were already some dumpsters out there. I said, "Where'd the dumpsters come from?" He goes, "I don't know." I asked them, the people who were dropping them off, and they said, "We don't know. We were just told to drop them off." Things just started showing up at their house all week long. Somebody called and said, "I've got a little Bobcat or one of those little bucket front end loader thing, yeah, that we'll donate for you to use." So a GoFundMe page was set up, and it started raising money right away. Saturday, on Thursday he decided, or Wednesday. On Wednesday he decided we're gonna set up a work day on Saturday. Now Jimmy was in construction all his life, so he did home remodels, painting, drywall, all that kind of stuff, right? His brothers do it. His father did it. Probably his grandfather did it. It's their family. So in his mind, he's going to rebuild this. He's going to rebuild his house, right? So he had to get it down to get everything cleared out and strip everything down to the studs, to bring in an engineer and find out if there is even one wall that still is sturdy enough that the rest of the house can be rebuilt off of, so then that way he's not subject to all the newest codes. So he can just rebuild his house, right? But in his mind, he's thinking, all right, I'm gonna rebuild this. So we're gonna do a work day on Saturday, and we're gonna get as much cleared out as we can. So the work day started at 9 o'clock, and I didn't get there till about 10:15. Well, I show up at 10:15, and I mean, there was over 100 people there. It was crazy. There was over 100 people there. Now, they just found out about this on Wednesday, probably late Wednesday night. People started finding out about this. But they just showed up. And there's those little bulldozers are out there going. There's people inside just ripping things down, ripping everything out, all the debris, everything, throwing it out the holes that used to be windows, and people outside surrounding the whole house, throwing it into these dumpsters that people just dropped off, and nobody knew who dropped them off. They just did, right? By 11:30 in the morning, that house was completely stripped all the way down to just the bare studs, no flooring except for the wood. It was all the flooring was stripped down. All the debris outside was picked up and was in all the dumpsters, and I mean, it was incredible. So now it's just an empty shell of a charred house. But by 11:30, 9 o'clock to 11, 2.5 hours, that whole place was stripped down. Why? Because people had compassion. Like they said, all right, well, we feel bad. but we're going to do something about it. So they showed up. I mean, that's compassion. I mean, I could have pity on them. Hey, sorry for your luck, and go on. But people showed up, and people helped them rebuild. I mean, not rebuild, do all the demo, and now he can start rebuilding. But not only that, people show up with their money too. I mean, a lot of people just couldn't be there, but they may or may not have insurance. That there's an issue with that. So they don't know if they're going to get any insurance money to help them rebuild. So his goal was he needs $200,000 to rebuild his house, and he's going to do it all himself, right? Last time I saw, they had brought in over $100,000 from people giving. They know a lot of people, but that's compassion. I mean, people said, you know what, we're gonna do something about this. This is what Nehemiah started. Like when he found out about the condition of the walls of Jerusalem, they were crushed. They were torn down. The gates had been burned. The whole city. Now there was a remnant of the people outside in the city. They were all living in tents, right? Pretty much, and they had been camped out there for years, looking at these walls. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more. But Nehemiah had compassion on them. He sat down and wept. For some days he mourned and fasted and prayed before the God of heaven. But his compassion was about to take him a lot further, because we all know what he did. He went back to the city, and he started helping them rebuild the city. But it started because he didn't just feel sorry for them. He could have done whatever he wanted to do. He was the cupbearer to the king. I mean, he was pretty much the second most trusted person in the nation, right? He lived in a palace. He didn't have to do anything. He didn't have to lift a finger. He had never been to Jerusalem either, to my knowledge, but it was a city of his ancestors, and he had compassion on them, right? So he was about to do something that was very, very significant. So after he found out about it, he went to the king. The king noticed that he was sad. The king asked him, what's wrong? And he told him, here's the condition of my city. And the king said, what are you asking for? I'm asking that you allow me to go back, which typically didn't happen. But it was only by God that the king's heart was softened in such a way that he said, okay, you can go. Just let me know when you're going to get back. And not only that, he asked for letters from the king so that along the way, he could stop at different places and pick up supplies along the way. And he had letters from the king that gave him permission to do all this, right? So he had everything together that he needed to have. And then he made the trip back. He made the trip to Jerusalem. But it started with compassion. So principle number 1 is compassion. And if we show compassion in our teams, right? If you think of a time when somebody really showed you true compassion, how did that make you feel? Like, what did that do for you? When you were going through a bad time in your life, maybe, and somebody showed you compassion. Or maybe it's on the team that you work with now, or your church right now. What does that do when somebody shows you compassion?
Re-energizes you. It gives you a new perspective on your responsibility back to that person or that organization.
Yeah, it re-energizes you. Yep. Gives you relief.
Changes your outlook.
Changes your outlook.
Strengthens your relationship.
Strengthens. These are all the A people over here. Strengthens your relationships? Okay. What else? Anything else?
We experience a lot of this at the children's home, and I like to say that it gives me hope for the human race.
Okay. So compassion gives you hope for the human race. Yeah.
Causes you to feel valued.
Causes you to feel valued. Yeah. So think about it. Think about how you feel when somebody shows you compassion, and what effect that it's going to have on other people when you show them compassion. It's not just one way, right? It's not just, oh, I'm feeling a lot better now that somebody showed me compassion. No, it's our responsibility, just like Nehemiah, to do our best to, when we hear things about people, to show compassion for them. So what does that mean? That means that we have to know our people, And there are people, there has to be a trust level that the people that we are leading, the people that we are around, can come to us and share with us, right? And know that we're not just going to blow them off. We're not just going to have pity on them or say, oh yeah, I know how that feels. I've been through that before. Good luck. No, we can't do that. Compassion says, I'm going to walk with you on this, and I'm going to do what I can to help you on this. So think about when somebody showed you compassion, how good that felt, and how good it's going to feel for someone else when they're in need, and you have the opportunity to show compassion to them. Principle number 2 is patience, and you've got that one.
I went to Jerusalem, and after staying there 3 days, I set out during the night with a few others. I had not told anyone what my God had put in my heart to do for Jerusalem. There were no mounts with me except the one I was riding on.
Okay, so that passage, significant there. When Nehemiah went back to Jerusalem, he goes back to Jerusalem. He's getting supplies along the way. He's got his letter to the other leaders of these provinces that he's passing through to get to Jerusalem. But when he gets back to Jerusalem, what's the first thing? Now, Nehemiah, again, he's got power. This guy can do anything he wanted to. He could show up with an army and chastise the people and say, what is wrong with you? Let's get to work on this. But no, what did he do? First thing he did when he got there,
Waited 3 days.
he waited 3 days. He showed patience. He showed patience. And not only himself, but he showed patience. He's showing patience with the people of Jerusalem, right? Because they'd been living like this probably for years, right? And so, again, Nehemiah, as powerful as he was, could have done anything he wanted to do. But he showed patience. He got there, and he stayed there for 3 days. He set out during the night with a few men and had not told anyone what God had put on his heart to do for Jerusalem. Now, how hard must that have been for him? Already hearing about the condition of the city, of the walls, getting back there and seeing it firsthand for himself. And instead of speaking too soon, instead of making rash decisions, he had patience. So what happens when we show patience with other people?
If Nehemiah had gone in and immediately said, what in the world have you people been doing? What would have happened? He would have alienated them all.
Yeah.
They would have been on the defensive from the very get-go.
Mm-hmm.
But by having that patience, he was able to show them eventually the compassion that he had for them, going back to that first principle, and to enlist their support and participation.
Yeah. So he was
Respect for him.
he was showing respect for him. He was valuing them so that he would get their participation, right? So how hard is it though sometimes for us to show patience? I mean, do we lose our patience sometimes? I mean, we lose patience in situations. I mean, I live in Central Florida right now. I mean, driving on the roads in Central Florida with people from every country, it seems like, on this planet that come there and live there. It's because of Disney World. They think it's the happiest place on earth. So people from all over the world move there because they think that they're going to go work at Disney and their life's going to be fantastic until they get there and they work there for a week and find out it's completely different than what they thought it was. But anyway, the point is this. People come from all parts of the country, from all parts of the world with all different driving styles. And the thing that makes me lose my patience the most, just to be honest with you, is when somebody puts other people's life in danger. And the way that happens with me is on the road every single day. Because I see it every single day. People weaving in and out, people doing all kinds of crazy stuff. And it puts other people in danger. And I just lose my patience for that. I can't stand that. And it gets me so mad, and then it gets my wife mad because I'm mad at other people. And she's like, calm down, just have patience. It's like, no, I don't want to have patience because they're putting other people in danger, right? But patience on a team. Patience on a team. What does that tell everybody else on the team when you have patience? And is there a time in your life where you knew that what you were doing was causing a lot of, I don't know, angst or anxiety, and you were hoping that people would be patient with you? I mean, has there ever been a time where you think, okay, I hope they're patient with me, right? And we want people to be patient with us. And so we should be patient with other people because that helps strengthen a team, is patience. Principle number 3 is this: humility. It's humility. Nehemiah 2:11 and 12.
I went to Jerusalem, and after staying there 3 days, I set out during the night with a few others. I had not told anyone what my God had put in my heart to do for Jerusalem. There were no mounts with me except the one I was riding on. Okay, same passage, same verse that was just read for patience, but I want to focus on a different part of that. Because with patience, it says Nehemiah said after staying there 3 days, then he did what? He set out during the night with a few men, and then the next sentence is the key here. I had not told anyone what my God had put in my heart to do for Jerusalem. So what would that have to do with humility?
Well, he could have bragged that God had told him to do all these wonderful things, but he decided not to. So he was humble in that respect.
Right, okay. He could have shown up and bragged about, this is what God told me to do. Hey, I prayed and God told me to do this. So this is what we're going to do. And, and he could have been put himself above everybody else, right? But instead, what did he do? Didn't tell anybody, right? He didn't tell anybody what God had put in his heart to do. He was a very humble person. I've got a guy that was one of the professors in my master's program years ago. His name is Melvin Holder, and he worked for Ford Motor Company for 20 years, I believe. He was an executive with Ford Motor Company, retired from there, and he was teaching at Belhaven College, and there was a campus in Orlando where he was teaching at. And one of the most humble guys that I've ever met. He didn't have to be, but he just was. And so in my book, for almost every one of these chapters, I put in there a story about a real person, a person that I know, or somebody that a friend of mine knows. And so there's a story about Melvin in this chapter on humility. And he tells a story about one day he was heading to his CPA to get his taxes done. And he needed to stop and pick up a Valentine's Day card for his wife. And he said, normally it takes me a long time to sit there and go through all the cards and pick out just the right one. We know how that is, right? And he didn't want to be late for he was already running a few minutes late for his appointment, but he needed to stop. So he pulls into this parking lot of this store, and he pulls down an aisle, and there's a car sitting there. And so he just goes to go around the car. Well, when he went to go around the car started moving. And he just kind of sped up and went into this parking spot. And he pretty much stole the parking spot from this person. He didn't realize he was doing it, but he did that. So he went in. He said, I pretty much found the card I needed right away, which means I wasn't going to be late for my appointment. Buys the card, goes out to his car, and there's a note on his car. And he reads the note, and it said, "Sir, you drive like an idiot." But it was a harder word. It was a harder word than idiot. He said, "Sir, you drive like an idiot." He said, and it said, I've got kids. Life isn't just about you. Whatever. It was a pretty stern note. Well, he felt really bad. But if any of us were on our way to an appointment, we were running late, we found a note like that, and he even said it. He said, normally I would just crumple it up and throw it away. He said, but something told me to stay. God told me to stay because I needed to apologize to this person in person, right? So any of us could have blown that off. Any of us. I probably would have, to be honest with you. But he said, I need to stay and apologize to this person face to face. So he kept on waiting for people to come out. People to come out. They'd come out. They'd leave. They'd leave. They'd leave. And so finally he thought, I'm already late. He said, but I'll give it another 5 minutes. And a couple minutes later, here comes this younger mom out the door, walking with a stroller, with a baby in the stroller, and she heads right to the car. And the whole time he's thinking, man, I don't know how this is going to work out. He calls himself a really small, squirrely guy. He goes, if it's some big guy ready for confrontation, I'm in trouble, But so he sees this lady. So he steps out and he goes over and he says, ma'am, did you put this note on my car? And he said she automatically just kind of, tensed up. Yes, I did. And she was ready to fight, right? Ready to have a confrontation. And he said, I want to thank you for putting that note in my car and say that I'm sorry for doing that. I didn't mean to do that. I don't do that. And he says in the story that, immediately her shield started going down. And she said, I accept your apology. And then she's told him, a couple years ago, I was in a car accident. One of my kids was injured, and it's because somebody was being careless. And so it's always but they had this great conversation. And he even bent down and said something to the daughter in the stroller, and the mom said, thank this nice man. But they had this great interaction with each other. And he said, when I drove away from that, I was late for my appointment, but it didn't matter. Because when I drove away from that, I didn't have an adversary. I had a new friend, right? But it was all because he was humble in his approach and his attitude. He showed a sense of humility that he didn't really have to at the time. And that's what humility is. Humility is putting other people first when we don't really have to. How would you define humility? What are some of the words that you would use when we talk about humility?
I have some friends, they describe it as not thinking less of myself, just thinking of myself less often.
Not thinking less of myself, just thinking of myself less often. That's a good way to put it, right? We want to be confident in who we are. We want to be confident in our abilities, right? We don't want to put ourselves down. We don't want to think less of ourselves. We just want to think of others more often. Because we're all equal in God's eyes. We're all made in the image of God. Genesis 1:27, we're made in God's image, every single one of us. So we all have equal value in God's eyes, no matter who we are, right? So why look at myself as I'm more important than you? And when we do that, what does that do for your team? What does that do for your family? What does that do for your church when you think of yourself more highly than you ought to? What happens?
Typically, it's going to cause people to hold back and not contribute, not share their ideas. And it basically stifles the creativity of your team.
Okay. Yeah, it does. It does stifle the creativity of your team. Yeah, because people, when you're not a humble person, when you're a prideful person, when you don't show humility, people aren't going to want to respond to you. They're just going to give you the answer that you want. Why? Because you're not going to listen to them anyway. If you think of yourself more highly than you ought, you're not going to listen to your people anyway. You're not going to listen to your team anyway. So why should they say? The only thing they're going to say is what they know is going to make you happy. and what's going to please you. So that stifles the team, and you don't get near as much done. What else does
Builds a different kind of wall.
it builds a different kind of wall? That's right, because there is a different kind of wall, right? And there is a barrier wall. When we don't show humility, then the wall that protects us becomes the wall that divides us, right?
Can also create a culture of everybody trying to outdo each other. You know, because if the opposite of humility is pride. So if everyone's trying to be prideful, you're trying to outdo each other. You know,
Yeah.
You're trying to look at me, look what I've done, look what I've accomplished, all that stuff. And that's not a healthy culture to live in.
Yeah. If everybody's prideful, everybody's trying to outdo the other person. So you do something right, I'm going to outdo you. I worked with somebody once that they became impossible to work with. Everything was a competition. Yeah. Remember, I lose words sometimes. So everything became a competition. So yeah, I went and I visited 5 churches last week. Well, I did 8. You're not doing enough. Well, I did this. Well, I did this. Well, and look, I'm just reporting on what I did. You don't have to keep one-upping me. I mean, I'm not. And it's no fun. It's not fun to be around people that are prideful, that narcissistic, always thinking about themselves. They're better than you. Nobody wants to be around that person. So don't be that person. And sometimes we can have a tendency to fall into that trap sometimes. But when we do, recognize it and fix it. Don't be that person. Because when there's a lack of humility, then there's a lack of trust, there's a lack of compassion, there's a lack of patience. Humility is one of the foundational aspects of building a winning culture on your team. Nehemiah got back to Jerusalem, and the first thing he did, after being patient and staying there he didn't tell anybody what God had put on his heart to do for Jerusalem. Not yet. Because he was waiting to do it in the right way. Because he wasn't thinking of himself too highly, he was thinking about the other people. So, principle number 3 is humility. Principle number 4 is truthfulness. Nehemiah 2:17, Terry.
Then I said to them, you see the trouble we are in. Jerusalem lies in ruins, and its gates have been burned with fire. Come, let us rebuild the wall of Jerusalem, and we will no longer be in disgrace.
Okay, so the key there, Nehemiah says, after he got there, stayed there for 3 days, assessing, not telling anybody what God had done on his heart, now it was time for him to start taking action. So Nehemiah was a man of decisive action, but he knew how to control that. So because he knew the scope of this job and what it was going to take to rebuild the walls around an entire city. So after he assessed everything, this is what he did. He went back to the people and they said to him, you see the trouble that we're in. Jerusalem lies in ruins and its gates have been burned with fire. So what does that have to do with truthfulness? Here we had a bunch of people that had moved back, were allowed to move back to Jerusalem. So they moved back there, and I can just picture, we don't know exactly how it was, but I can just picture it. There's a tent city out there, a tent city outside these broken down walls that they're just brick, stone everywhere, and burned up gates, and they've been there for years and years and years. They see it. They've been watching, they've been looking at it every single day. So why would Nehemiah come back and say, you see the trouble we're in? Jerusalem lies in ruins and its gates have been burned with fire. I mean, obvious, right? Why would he say that?
Call them to action.
It's to call them to action, okay?
Bring reality into focus.
Bring reality into focus.
I was saying to be straightforward with them, not beating around the bush.
Yeah, to be straightforward with them, not beating around the bush.
Acknowledge the reality.
Acknowledge the reality. Yep. All these things are right. So there's a story in every chapter. I've got a good friend, Randy, who he's retired now. I used to not even say his name because he never knew. You never knew who might be in the room that might give him away. But Randy used to work for a company that went and did secret evaluations on high-end hotel properties. And so he would go in and check in as a regular guest, and his whole stay there, he's evaluating everything about, now this was Ritz-Carlton. Ritz-Carlton was probably the lowest end property that he evaluated. Now his company evaluated other, but the people that worked for him went to those other, he went to Ritz-Carlton, he was in Dubai. I mean, he had gone to properties that cost about $4,000 for 3 or 4 nights to stay there. I mean, not a night, I mean. $4,000, $5,000 a night. I think one was $30,000 for the week. And he would go, I mean, he didn't have to pay for it, but he goes to these properties and he evaluates them, and he takes advantage of everything that they offer. He has to evaluate it. So, me being a friend of his, I was able to go along with him on 2 of these trips. So I went to the Ritz-Carlton in Lake Tahoe, but the first time we went to Mexico, and we went to the Yucatan Peninsula, and there were these, what do they call them, haciendas, that within the Marriott brand, they have this catalog of privately owned properties that are branded towards the Marriott guidelines, and Ritz-Carlton's owned by Marriott too, but in some of their higher ends. But anyway, so they had to adhere to all these guidelines. So we're in the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico, right? And we've got this story. So he's like, okay, here's the backstory. You and I haven't seen each other in 20 years. Our wives are going on a cruise from Miami. We don't like cruises, so we decided to come over and just go around check out the Yucatan Peninsula for a while. I mean, and here's where you're from. And I mean, I got to learn all this stuff. And I'm like, oh, I'm all nervous. Like, what if I answer it wrong? What's going to happen? Anyway, so we go to these properties. I mean, it was fun because we had to eat there. We had to take advantage of all the services that they offer. And interestingly enough, the Yucatan Peninsula, in the forest, no matter where we were, we drove around and visited some pyramids and stuff. Never lost cell phone service. It was the weirdest thing. Never lost cell phone service. And here in the United States, we can lose cell phone service and 10 feet away. Crazy. Anyway, and then I got to go with him to the Ritz-Carlton at Lake Tahoe, and so we go there and check in, and I had to check in, and I mean, I'm shaking, like, what if I get this wrong? So I go up and I check into our room, and people start asking questions, and they have to. There's a certain script that they all have to go through, but it has to sound natural. And so Randy's evaluating all this stuff, and we go to eat, and it's just crazy how much stuff. We go into the room, and he goes, all right, are you going to help me strip the bed? Sure. So, I mean, layer by layer, we take the bed all the way down to the mattress, because if there's any one hair or dirt or something, even on the mattress that we're never going to see, they get marked off for that. One time he got a call from one of the people that worked for him and said, I found a $100 bill in the Gideon Bible that was in the drawer, right? What do I do? You got to turn it in and mark them down, because a guest left something dirty behind and they didn't catch it. I mean, literally stuff like that even. I don't have time to tell the whole story. I wish I could tell you more, but I don't have time. Anyway, what's the point? The point is this. What those companies do when they hire somebody to come in and do a secret evaluation like that is they want to know the truth about what's going on in their organization. The reason is because you work around your people, you work around your church, you work around your organization, and it's easy just to see things and just let it go, and just it just becomes almost like you don't even see it anymore because you're looking at it every single day, and we need to know the truth about what's going on. So in Randy's case with his company, he does this huge evaluation, and on the last at checkout, he goes and checks out of the room. And then he goes and puts a suit on and brings a business card back and sets it down on the counter. And then you see the fear in these people's eyes. Like, oh no, we're in trouble. And then the general manager comes out, and then they spend the next 6-7 hours going through this. I mean, it's an entire process. Why? To get to the truth of what's going on. The people in Jerusalem saw it. They knew what it was, but they had to be reminded of it. Because they just became almost apathetic to it. It's like, this is just our life now. And Nehemiah's saying, no, here's the truth. Now, let's do something. Encouragement is the next one. Principle number 5 is encouragement.
Then I said to them, you see the trouble we are in. Jerusalem lies in ruins, and its gates have been burned with fire. Come, let us rebuild the wall of Jerusalem, and we will no longer be in disgrace.
Okay, you can stop there. All right, is that all you had there?
Yeah.
Okay, good, all right. So, not only did he say, look, here's the truth about what's going on, but what did he say right after that? Come, let us rebuild the wall of Jerusalem, and we will no longer be in disgrace. So here's the truth, but here's some encouragement, right? So the truth may not be so good. And we need to be able to, as individuals, we need to be able to face the truth about what's going on. And it might not be so good. And it might not be so good with our team at sometimes. But it doesn't stop there. So here's the truth, but I'm going to give you some encouragement too. And that's what Nehemiah was doing with the people at this time. No rebuilding has been started yet. He's building his team, and he's creating a culture that something significant is going to happen greater than any person could ever have imagined. And he did it with these principles. And principle number 5 is encouragement. So we can't just say, here's the truth about what's going on. We've got to follow that up with some encouragement. But you know what? Things are going to get better. And I'm encouraging you so that you will be motivated, so that we can all be motivated to start getting the job done. So there's the first 5 principles. You guys hold those up. Our wall is starting to be constructed right here. Compassion, patience, humility, truthfulness, encouragement. So we're going to take that 10-minute break and then start with principle number 6. 11 o'clock.
I bet the next one's over.
Joe, is anybody doing push-ups?
Hey, I didn't leave my seat this
I,
time.
I think we've got a spare. Oh no.
He's in the room.
Dave's not
Okay, somebody who's ever over there.
He's doing his exercise. He's carrying it down. He's carrying it down over here.
He's carrying it.
I'll do some pull-ups, pull up that donut to my
Oh,
You just keep that exercise going. We're going to be all good. Okay. So, all right. So, the 14 timeless principles, we had compassion, we had patience, we had humility, we had truthfulness, we had encouragement, and we start this section, part number 3, with principle number 6, and that is the principle of hope. Hope. Joe, you've got that one.
All right, they're prodding me, that's you. Then I said to them, you see the trouble we are in, Jerusalem lies in ruins, and its gates have been burned with fire. Come, let us rebuild the wall of Jerusalem, and we will no longer be in disgrace.
Okay, so as you can tell, some of these verses overlap, but in some of them, there's multiple principles here that are very important. It might seem insignificant, but Nehemiah 2:17, when he says, you see the trouble that we're in, okay, he's going to tell them the truth. Jerusalem lies in ruins, and its gates have been burned with fire. So first of all, he tells them the truth. Second of all, he gives them encouragement. Come, let us rebuild the wall of Jerusalem. And then third in this passage, in this verse, he says what? We will no longer be in disgrace. So what is he giving them? He's giving them hope. He's giving them hope for the future. Okay, we do see this. I'm encouraging you to do this. And here's what's going to happen. Here's what's going to happen when we're done with this. We are no longer going to be in disgrace. He's painting a picture of hope to the people of Jerusalem. Again, the first brick hasn't even been laid yet. But he's giving them hope in the future. I have a personal life purpose statement that I try to guide my life by that I created years ago. And it comes from Romans chapter 15, verse 4. And Romans 15:4 says, what was written in the past was written to teach us, so that through endurance and the encouragement of the scriptures, we might have hope. And that was Paul talking, right? So, but here it is. What was written in the past was written to teach us. What was written in the scripture was written to teach me, was written to teach you, so that through endurance, things aren't always going to be easy. It's not easy to rebuild a wall, and he wanted them to know that. They're not always going to be easy, but through that endurance and the encouragement that the scriptures provide, the encouragement that we get, we might have hope. And so I try to relay that message as much as I possibly can with people. You know what? Sometimes life gives us things that we never expected. Sometimes our house burns down. Sometimes our family falls apart. Sometimes we lose friendships. Sometimes people in our family, because of our belief in the absolute truth of the scripture, we have family members that disown us because they don't want to hear the truth. They just want to live their own life. Life isn't always easy. It wasn't easy for the people in Jerusalem at the time. But there's encouragement and we have hope. Because what he was telling them was, another truth is, in one sense, he's sitting there saying, you guys, you're living in disgrace. We're gonna fix that. We're not gonna live in disgrace anymore. We will no longer live in disgrace. So what does it mean to offer hope to people on your team? How do we practically offer hope to people?
Give them a better vision of the future.
Give them a better vision of the future. That's a good one. That's it. Let's all.
Assure them that they're not alone in it.
Do what?
You assure them that they're not alone.
Assure them that they're not alone in it, right? No matter what's happening, we're on a team here. We're together here. We're not alone, right? There is hope in the future, and we're not alone. I mean, what's our ultimate hope?
Heaven.
Right. Our ultimate hope is heaven. You know what? God's got everything under control. So no matter how bad we think we have it, that is our ultimate hope. And we want to focus on that. But by focusing on that, the ultimate hope, what does that help us focus on while we're still here? Is there hope in a future as it appears right now in our church, as it appears right now in our families, as it appears right now in our organization? Is there hope in the future, right? And how can we as leaders transfer that hope or communicate that hope to the people that we work with or to the people that we're around? I mean, any other practical ways that we can do that?
Well, I think, I'm sorry, I believe your name's Terry, is that right? Before the break, Terry made a comment that I overheard about the we's of this chapter. And by the very virtue of Nehemiah saying we instead of you or we instead of me, he gave this people of Jerusalem hope that they weren't in it by themselves.
Right.
That there was help to be had, and that he was there to help. He was a part of that help. And that humility that he exhibited by using me instead of you or me, I think in and of itself gave this people hope.
Terry, you're challenging me now. That's right. With the language that he uses, and I heard Terry say that, and you're challenging me because now I have to go back and reread the whole book again and notate every time that Nehemiah said we or us instead of you. You know, verse number 17. You see the trouble we are in. Not you see the trouble you yourselves. No, he's putting himself. Although he'd never been there, as far as we can tell. He had never been to Jerusalem, but he considered the people of Jerusalem his ancestor, his people, right? So he included himself in that.
And if he had not used that word, if he had used the word you instead of we, it would have been like laying the blame at their feet for the situation they were in.
Right,
The message
right,
actually.
yeah, yep. And he says, we will no longer be in disgrace. Not you guys. Now, was he living in disgrace before? No, he was living in the king's palace. He had everything he wanted. He had the best life that he could ever ask for. But then when he goes back to Jerusalem, he includes himself in that. This is the trouble we are in. We will no longer be in disgrace. He's putting himself, he's not holding himself above everybody. He's putting himself with everybody. But he's still one of the most strong and powerful leaders that we have ever read about in history. And we know that because of the project, the rebuilding of the walls.
And it's not a false hope, but he has the resources and a plan to make it happen.
Exactly. That's true. That's a good point. It's not a false hope, but he has the resources and the plan to make it happen. Which, have you ever been in a place where somebody was giving false hope and everybody knew it? How does that happen? Like what happens?
Don't trust them.
They don't trust them.
Tune it out. Discount it.
It gets tuned out. It gets discounted.
Health problems are a prime example, you know. Cancer, God's gonna heal you, as opposed to God will see you through it, maybe.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, somebody has cancer or or some sort of a terminal cancer's the biggest one, right? I mean, how many times have we heard, well, we're going to pray for this, and God's going to heal you from this cancer, and He's not. You're not done here yet, and we're going to heal, and then they die. Right? What does that say to everybody? What does that say to everybody else that's listening? Well, that completely discredits. But how can we make that into a positive?
Well, your healing may be going to heaven. That's the ultimate healing.
That's the ultimate hope.
Right.
Right. You know what? And I personally have a really tough time with that when, in the church, when this does happen. Got cancer. Well, we're gonna pray that God heals this person, and in a way, to me, that's setting everybody up for a big letdown. If God chooses, God's going to choose to heal us the way He wants to heal us. Sometimes that healing is that person going to be with Him. Sometimes, because that's the mortality rate of the human race is what? 100%. We're all going to die at some point, right?
Unless Jesus comes back.
Right. And it's just the fact of life. But knowing that, okay, our desire is that hope. And in this case, maybe it's that person with cancer. Our hope, our desire is that cancer is healed from that person, and they go on having a vibrant life. That's our desire. That's our hope. And if it happens, that's great. But if it doesn't happen, does that mean that we have any less hope in God, any less hope in the future? It shouldn't. Sometimes it might. It all depends. It might affect us in different ways. But at the end of the day, we do have a hope in the future, and there's no better feeling. And I've given several funeral messages, and I know some of you have as well. There's no better feeling at a funeral of knowing that person was saved, that person was a Christian, and everybody knows where they are. That gives us all hope in the future, right? So that's ultimate. But on the team, when we're on a team, there's still ways that we can offer hope to our team, and especially if it's in a church. Because what is it in a church or a ministry organization? What is the number one focus? What are we thinking about? Jesus, right? We're thinking about Jesus, and what? In what way?
Glorifying Him and building the kingdom.
Yeah, glorifying Him, building the kingdom, and winning souls. That's right. If we're in the church, if we're working in the church, our main measurement, I believe, is how many souls are being won. How many souls are being won through this ministry? Because if no souls are being won through this ministry, what's the point? Are we a social club, or are we fulfilling the Great Commission and making disciples and going out and being disciples ourselves and living that out and offering hope to people? And Nehemiah was offering the hope to people. Hey, not only are we going to do this, I can say we're going to do this, but if I don't give you anything, if I don't give you any hope in the future, then what's the point? You're not going to be motivated. So Nehemiah gives them that hope. We will no longer be in disgrace. Okay, so that's principle number 6. Principle number 7 is protection.
But when Sanballat the Horonite, Tobiah the Ammonite, Pishon and Geshem the Arab heard about it, they mocked and ridiculed us. What is this you are doing? They asked. Are you rebelling against the king? I answered them by saying, the God of heaven will give us success. We, his servants, will start rebuilding. But as for you, you have no share in Jerusalem or any claim or historic right to it.
Okay, so at this point, everything's not just great with Nehemiah coming back and said, oh, this is going to be great, we're going to rebuild. There was opposition, right? There was opposition by leaders of other nations that were around. Sanballat, Tobiah, Geshem, these guys, when they heard about it, they ridiculed and mocked. Now, why did they start ridiculing and mocking what they saw was going to start happening, the work to rebuild. Why would they do that?
It was gonna be a threat to them.
It was going to be a threat to them. They didn't want to see Jerusalem succeed. They were okay. They were all okay. It was all fine when the walls were broken down and the people were basically living out in tents, and they didn't have anything. They didn't have any power. They didn't have any protection. They didn't have any, these guys were okay with that. Once they found out that, hey, okay, somebody's in town to start rebuilding the wall, they didn't want to see that happen. So they started doing whatever they could to start this opposition to the project. But then Nehemiah says, we, his servants, will start rebuilding. But as for you, you have no share in Jerusalem or any claim or historic right to it. So he was telling the people of Jerusalem, he was showing them that he was going to protect them. So what does protection look like on a team? So like I said, in my book, almost every chapter has a real life story of someone that I know that I think has shows one of these shows this principle in a great way. So in this book, there's somebody that you know that's in this room that wrote a story in the chapter of protection, and that's John. So John is going to come up and share the story that's in my book on protection and how that worked on a team that he was on. So, John.
Yeah, thank you, Travis. Travis wrote me and asked me if I had something I thought would fit in this category, and I gave him this story that happened to me when I was on the USS Georgia, one of the ballistic missile submarines. Travis said it worked. We had a crew member named Petty Officer Bean, and he was doing after-watch cleanup, and he was back in the engine room, and the way the rudder works is there's a big hydraulic ram, and that ram attaches to another big block that's about that big, and it goes through the hull. Well, he went back there, and in the process of doing afterwatch cleanup, he leaned over that rudder ram just about the time we put a 15-degree rudder on. And it took him, that's 1,500-pound hydraulics, and that we went and took pictures later, and there was an angle iron back there, another piece of metal, and it pinched his midsection within about 2 inches. And needless to say, the 1,500-pound hydraulics won. And he was severely injured and probably was going to die. And we're on strategic patrol, ballistic missile submarine on strategic patrol, actively ready to launch missiles if we had to. Well, our commanding officer, he immediately aborted the patrol, which is unheard of. And we started a head flank, a maximum speed sprint up to Alaska, which was going to take us about 4 days to get there to medically evacuate this guy off. Well, there was a lot of things we had to do to get ready. We had to get some messages ready to get up and tell people what we were doing. Back, the hatch we were going to use was back at the after part of the missile compartment. And the hatch we were going to use, when we opened that hatch to let him out, this is January, by the way. It's in January. Our executive officer anticipated that we were going to take on water. And all 4 levels down through there, which includes all our atmosphere control equipment and some other stuff, he said, we're covering all that stuff with plastic. And for the next couple of days, the crew in their after watch time, they went back down. We had plastic everywhere from all 4 of those levels. Well, if we were going to cover those things in plastic, a lot of those things we were going to take offline. So the crew was going to have to come up with ulterior plant lineups, particularly from an atmospheric control standpoint. How are we going to operate for a couple of days with these various pieces out of commission? Plus we had charts to get ready to get up there. So we make the sprint up there, all this plastic everywhere. We've got the charts ready. Then we surface, and I just happened to be on the officer deck that day, and I'm up on the bridge. And it's real cold, but that's another part of the story. That's irrelevant, because Petty Officer Bean, he's going to die. And we are up there, and I remember we're surfaced up there, and we're not very far off Alaska, and here comes the helicopter out, and the helicopter we're going to medevac that guy off to go to the hospital. And I look behind me. I look behind back where the hatch is, and a Trident submarine has a lot of freeboard, but in January it doesn't make much difference. And we are rocking back and forth. I mean, we're doing 20-degree rolls, and we are rocking back and forth on the surface. And I'm looking back there, and every time we go over, we're taking water on. And I'm thinking, the XO knew what he was doing with this plastic, because when we open this hatch, we are going to take water on. But the bigger concern was, as we're rocking back and forth, how are we going to get this guy out? Normally, we would just take the winch, you go down there, and when you get into that Trident submarine, you get in the hatch, and there's about 8 feet or so in what's called an escape trunk, and there's a ladder there. Then there's another hatch, and then there's another 8 feet. So we've got about almost 20 feet we're gonna have to bring this guy out. And if it was a calm day, we could just take the thing down there, hook him up, and pull him out. That's not gonna work today, because we're going back and forth, and we're just gonna bang that guy against the side of the... So we're sitting back there, and I remember the commanding officer, Captain Rushing, said, "Mitchell, what do you think we ought to do?" And I said, well, we talked about this for about 10 minutes. And the helicopter's waiting, and I've got a walkie-talkie. I'm actually talking to the helicopter guy. And I said, well, we're trying to figure out a plan. And finally, I kind of came up with this idea myself. I was kind of proud of myself. I said, why don't we do this? Why don't we get 4 guys up there in that hatch? When the boat comes upright, why don't we get those guys to just throw him out and then tell the helicopter to winch? And the CEO goes, I think that'll work. I said, well, let's practice that. So I tell the helicopter the plan. We get 4 guys up there with that board, and here we come upright. 3, 2, 1, winch. And they threw the thing out, and we winched it. I said, well, this might work. We practiced that 2 or 3 times. Then they got Petty Officer Bean hatched on there. He was about, 150-pound guy. Fortunately, he wasn't a big old guy. And 4 of those guys were up there in that hatch. And we came up, and it was like 3, 2, 1, winch. And they threw that guy out. And I remember looking back there, and here came the board out where Petty Officer Bean. They winched that thing up before he banged back down on the deck, and off to the hospital in Anchorage he went. And I told, in the book, I make the comment, I was proud of myself that day, and the whole crew was proud. Nobody complained about anything. Nobody ever complained about aborting the mission. Nobody ever complained about the plastic. Nobody complained about the water, because it took us a couple days to clean up. I mean, we had water everywhere to go with the plastic everywhere. There was never a word of complaint. It was all, Petty Officer Bean's life was truly in jeopardy. And we had to save that guy's life. And he went to Anchorage. We got back from patrol, he was still in the hospital in Anchorage. And he eventually came back with a cane to help him walk. But I'll say this is the last thing I'll tell you. He deployed with us again. He recovered enough and deployed with us again. So he made a full recovery. But that was my story in the book about protecting a guy that we turned to and protected Petty Officer Bean's life.
Thanks, John. Yep. Said much more eloquently than I could have repeated the story, but protection. So in this case, it was a man's life that was in danger. And the rest of the team got together and did everything that they had to do to protect this guy and get him to safety, right? So what does it mean on the team that you're on? What does it mean in the church that you serve in, the organization that you work with? What does it mean to protect somebody?
Keeping confidential information confidential.
Keeping confidential information confident. How many times have you been in a situation where something was said in confidence and that confidence was broken, and then we all know what could happen? All of a sudden, here's the grapevine starts going, and then it gets back to you, and that confidentiality was broken. So that's one way. Make sure that if you talk about anything in confidentiality, it stays. That's how you protect the people on your team, the people in your organization. What else?
Don't talk behind people's back.
Don't talk behind people's back, right. What else? Anything?
Well, obviously in a spiritual warfare, so protection from the enemy, for helping each other do that, not just individually, is probably key to any organization or Christian,
Yeah.
church or whatever.
Yeah, so we are in a spiritual warfare, right? What does the devil do? He prowls around like a roaring lion, ready to what? Devour us, right? But we need each other. We need our teams, because that's where we get protection from, and that can be in the form of just helping each other out. Be careful. Stay away from different things. Do certain things so that you're protecting each other, right? Because that's dangerous, right? If one person falls, and there can be a domino effect to that. One person falls and they can bring another person down, but protection says, you know what? I love you enough that I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you. And not only that, protection says, I've got your back. I've got your back no matter what, right? And we all have to, our team, everybody has to have each other's back, right? Because that's what helps build us, keep us as strong as we possibly can.
And in order to do that, don't we have to have a common shared view of what our objectives are?
We do. We do have to have a common shared view of what our objectives are, right? Because if we all know what direction we're going, then it's easier to have each other's back to protect each other, and especially in a church. When we work in a church, or it could be another ministry organization, but especially in a church, here you've got a staff, and then you've got church members who are volunteers, right? We can't control the narrative of volunteers or other people in the church that might not have the best interest of the church in mind. But when we have a common shared vision, especially on the staff, it starts there. When there's a common shared vision, and everybody knows this is what our objectives are. This is where we're going. This is what our vision is. This is where we're heading. It's easy for us. It becomes easier for us to protect the entire team. Just like this team that John mentioned, talked about in his story. They protected a man's life. Literally, he was going to die. They protected him physically. But how does that translate into our teams as how do we protect our teams? Doesn't necessarily mean somebody's going to die physically, but people can be ruined. People can be destroyed because of things that are said and because of actions that are taken.
It's interesting with what Jason said. I was blessed to serve at a church where the eldership was very strong, and they extinguished some flaming arrows that I had no idea were being flung at me until years later. And it was that strong, healthy, biblical eldership that just protected. I was new out of Bible college, and it's such a blessing, the protection.
Yeah. So what did that do for you? Like when you knew that those elders were protecting you at all costs, what did that do for your confidence? What did that do for your ministry?
Well, it certainly gave me confidence in the fact that we're a team together, and that they just deeply cared for my well-being, not just in how I was serving the church, but just overall, like Jason was saying, that spiritual well-being.
Yeah, there's a deep care. It's a deep care for each other when we're protecting each other. And there's a deep care for those officers, those people on that submarine, John, right? A deep sense of care. We're going to do everything we can to help this person, and that's what protection does.
In the church, I think that we also have to protect people from themselves. And James says it best when he talks about how turning someone around will cover a multitude of sins. So I think that we also have to protect people from themselves.
True. We have to protect people from themselves sometimes. That's absolutely. Sometimes people have to protect us from ourselves too. Because again, we all live in the same fallen world. We're all product of sin in some form or another, and we all make mistakes. We all fall. We all slip. But sometimes we have to be protected from ourselves, and sometimes we have to protect other people from themselves. It just makes us stronger
I
as a
feel
team.
that, in a way, the protector has to be in an earned position. In other words, you know, it's somebody that you have to be able to trust, and they've earned that respect of being that protector.
Mhm. Yep, it's somebody who earns the trust, that's correct, yep. And of course, on the larger staff teams as well, when people are leading a group of, especially when people are leading groups of volunteers again, and people are just saying whatever they want to say, you know, if you're talking to somebody and then they're saying some things about a fellow staff member, you know, how do you respond to that? Even if there's some truth to that, how do you respond to it? And I know that there's problems that have to be dealt with. I'm not saying that there's not. Sometimes there's major issues that have to be dealt with people on your team. But if there's a sense of humility, then those issues can be dealt with and worked through, and we can still protect the people on our team, even though they might have messed up, or you know, people are talking about them. But it's very critical that we have each other's back. It's very critical that on your team there is a sense of protection.
That means sometimes admonishing people to lay off, or, you know, we need to give this person a chance, or that sort of thing.
Mhm.
But you have to let people know that sometimes that their attitude toward the person, you know, especially if they're not accepting of the person because they're not quite up to the standard.
Right, yeah.
Don't many
So
of
we've got to give people a chance. We've got to, even if they're not quite up to it, up to the standard. He said we still have to give. It's part of growth. It's part of investing in people. It's part of building that culture.
don't many of the one another passages in the New Testament speak to this protection?
I think that they sure would. The one another passages, yeah. Love one another, serve one another. All those, care for one another. I mean, those are all forms of protection. Now, see, now I've got another responsibility. I have to go through the book of Nehemiah again and do the I, the we, the us, and now I've got another assignment. Go through all the one another's and look at those under this idea of protection. Be great. Okay, so that was principle number 7 is protection. Principle number 8 is trust.
Eliashib, the high priest, and his fellow priests went to work and rebuilt the sheep gate. They dedicated and set its doors in place, building as far as the Tower of the 100, which they dedicated, as far as the Tower of Hananel. And the men of Jericho built the adjoining section, and Zakur, son of Imri, built next to them.
Okay, I will not make you read the entire chapter because, for obvious reasons, there's names that any of us can pronounce probably. So Nehemiah chapter 3, the work has now been started on rebuilding the wall. And what is significant about trust in Nehemiah chapter 3? Because if you read Nehemiah chapter 3, it's no more than a list of what you just started to read. So Eliashib, the high priest, and his fellow priests went to work and rebuilt the sheep gate. They dedicated it and set its doors in place, building as far as the Tower of the 100, which they dedicated, and as far as the Tower of Hananel. Okay, so they're responsible for that. The men of Jericho built the adjoining section, and Zakur, son of Imri, built next to them. And then it goes on, and this person built next to him, and these people built next to. And all it is a list of here's where these people started rebuilding the wall. So what does that have to do with trust?
It's acknowledgement of their contribution.
It's acknowledgement for their contribution, right?
If you're responsible for one section, if you're responsible for missions, and you've got someone else in the organization that's responsible for the education of the youth, if they're looking at each each other's job to the point that they are neglecting their own, nothing's gonna get done. Or
Right,
it's not gonna
right,
get done
right.
completely.
That's, yep, it's a good way to put it.
And I think here, in the case of Nehemiah, there was a certain group responsible for a certain section of the wall, and those people had to take care of that section of the wall. They didn't have time to go checking up on everybody else because they didn't trust them.
That's right, that's right. And especially the main leader of the wall building, Nehemiah, didn't have the capability or the time to go behind each other. So what's the opposite of trust in an organization? A distrust, but also micromanagement, right? So in an organization that doesn't have trust, you're going to have a high level of micromanagement. And how do people respond and how do people work in an environment that they're micromanaged? How do you like it when somebody's looking over your shoulder all the time, telling you what to do?
Why don't you just do it?
Yeah. Look, if you're going to spend all this time telling me what to do and while you're not doing anything else, why don't you just do it, right? Just trust me to do it. And we all want to be trusted, right? We all want to be trusted to do the job, to get the job done, right? So with Advanced Center for Ministry Training, I'm the executive director, but because of that, I'm the only full-time paid staff person. So building culture in my organization is great. It's just, I've got all these 14 principles, and no. But excuse me. But actually, the reality is that, at this early stage, an organization like this takes years to build up, right? And so we're still very young. We're still trying to find students. We're still trying to find supporting churches. We're still trying to find more supporting individuals. There's all this stuff that's happening. So in my position, I'm the donor relations person. So I go out to churches. I try to get support from churches, get support from individuals. I'm the student life person, take care of everything that has to do with the students, so all their records. I'm the academic person. So literally had to go learn all these things about academics that I didn't know before. So how do you write a transcript? How do you calculate, the points in transcript? I don't know. I just had to go find out, and I had to go do it, right? But we also have a group of instructors, and we have about 14 or 15 instructors, right? Terry's one of them, and when I called him to ask him to teach, I think one of your first questions was, do you have a set curriculum for your classes? I said, no. The reason why I'm asking you to teach this specific class is because I know that you'll have the material that's most needed for the students to hear in this class. I don't know. I mean, I have an idea what you're going to do, but I want you to do it. I trust you to do it, right? So I hope that worked.
I hope so.
So what did I do? I said, all right, Terry, this is your material. You teach your material the way that you want to teach your material. I trust that it's going to work, and it did. So I got to pop into his class on Zoom here and there throughout the semester, mainly just to say hi and check in with everybody. But it's great having instructors. In my situation with us, it's great having instructors that I don't have to worry about what they're gonna say or their theology. Now we have a questionnaire, a leadership questionnaire that goes out to all the instructors that they fill out beforehand, and it's basic theology. We want to make sure everybody aligns with our principles, with our theological beliefs. Those main, we don't want anybody that's going to be teaching anything that goes against what we believe theologically. So we do that in the beginning. So you fill out this form, this questionnaire, and then after that, I know you're in line with us. You come up with your own material, and you can teach your own material the way that you want to teach it. And I very rarely need to even pop in. And when I do come into your class, it's because number one, I might just want to hear what you're saying so I can learn myself, or just to say hi. But it's about trusting that these individuals, our instructors, will teach the material up to the level that we want them to, and they do. So it's really great. How do you trust people on your teams? What are the things that you
In
do?
a church, sometimes people have ideas that others don't particularly care for or agree with, or they are put in a position where they're supposed to carry out certain things. But we need to learn to trust people's motives, because sometimes we do make mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to be able to trust, we need to trust people that, they're not out to get us, or they're not out to destroy the church or whatever, even though they might have faltered in a particular task or something.
Right. Okay. So, good point. We need to trust people's motives. Right. Not only the actions that they take, but we do need to be able to trust people's motives and give people the benefit of the doubt. Now, does that trust sometimes get broken down? Sure. Yes, it does. Sometimes we get let down by people, and we have to deal with that when it happens. We hope that
Just
that's
like
not the norm.
doctrinal thing you were talking about,
Mhm.
sometimes, we've all seen people commit themselves to certain doctrinal positions, and then, in classrooms, they don't hold to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, some very big examples
We-
there,
Yeah.
but, and so trust, you can't be, gullible in your trust,
Yeah. You can't be gullible in your right. Exactly.
But when you get to know people, when you get to know them, you trust them that, okay, and if they do make a mistake, they will, you help them point it out, or you help them see how they can correct it.
Right. Right.
You don't just, quote, fire them from the job or whatever.
Yeah. And we are in the fifth part this afternoon. We are going to talk about when these things don't happen. So don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to paint rose-colored glasses here and say, oh, everything's going to be perfect, because it's not. Sometimes people have to be corrected. Sometimes people have to, face consequences. Sometimes people have to get fired from a position. Those things can happen. We just want them to be the exception, not the norm, right? So you were going to say something?
I've had a few jobs in my career in human resources. The best job that I ever had was my boss gave me the autonomy to do my job. He trusted me to do it. As a matter of fact, he says, I only have one requirement. And I said, what's that? And he says, keep me out of jail. And he trusted me to do the job that I knew how to do, and that made it the best job that I've ever had in my career.
Mm-hmm.
Is because, and I think people want to be trusted, and I think we sometimes, in error, want to finish it up because we don't trust somebody else to finish it up, or whatever the case might be. And so sometimes we have to allow ourselves to stand back and trust somebody to finish a project or whatever.
Right. And they're not necessarily going to do it the same way we're going to do it.
Right.
But we just need to, we all want the end result. And as long as the end result happens, then most of the time, if you trust people to get it done. Now, I'm guilty of this myself. I like to do things a certain way. I like to have things done a certain way, right? So if I tell somebody, hey, we need to do this, we need to get this done, I have to really make sure that I'm controlling myself not to micromanage, because I would do it in a different way. But you know what? At the end of the day, if I trust that person, even though they do it differently than I do, we're gonna accomplish what we want to accomplish.
I was very similar to what you just said. You're showing trust in people when they have a task and you look at it and think, I would do it different, but you don't say anything and you support what they're doing.
Right, right.
That's what I was thinking about this principle. It's probably one of the, they all reveal the leader's heart, but this one especially. Because it's that orientation, I trust you until proven otherwise, or I don't trust you until you prove trustworthy.
Mhm.
We all kind of approach something with one of those, and it changes in different social environments, but certainly trust until proven otherwise is always.
Yeah, that's a good rule to live by, right? I am going to trust you until you prove me otherwise, or unless you prove me otherwise. Not saying until, because then we're expecting unless you prove otherwise, I'm going to trust you.
But leading up to that point, when someone is entrusted with a task or a job or a mission, you're drawing from something, some experience firsthand, or references from people that you trust, that this person has the ability to do that. If you
Right.
go off the street and just say, I want you to be my accountant, and I'm gonna trust you to get the job done, and I'm gonna back off, obviously that would be foolish.
Right,
And at the
right.
same time, as a leader, people come to you with qualifications, whether they're your firsthand knowledge of their qualifications, whether they come by reference of people you trust, or by observing their past life. And at that point, then, yes, they may have a different number of steps and a different step to get something done than I would take. But if those steps are important, they need to know that up front. Otherwise, here's the objective. I'm trusting you because I know about your background, that you'll get that done. And if you have any issues, I'm here to help take away those issues.
Right,
And that's,
absolutely. Mhm.
Isn't personal interaction and knowledge of a person the most effective means of building trust? I mean, rather than just taking a reference, because, you know, we've all heard of, in government situations where somebody is recommended for another job, and they praise them to their new employer, but mainly they just want to get.
Yeah. Oh, this person's great. Take the problem off my hands, right? But then what does that do for you and your character when that problem goes to somebody else, and then all of a sudden now you're not trusted. Your word's not trusted, you know?
So my point is, we
Yeah.
need to get to know the person personally.
And get to know the person personally, right? Exact. It's
And
about.
that means spending time together. I had a youth minister once that, we were supposed to meet once a week, but he never seemed to be available. And eventually, that came back to bite us.
Yeah.
But being together as a team, getting to know one another.
Very good point. Getting to know spending time with people on your team, that builds trust. You've got to get to know people on a personal level. And that's all these principles are about, building the strongest relationship possible. The only way that these principles are going to exist in our church, in our teams, is if we spend time with people, right? And build relationships. That's what it's about. And then trust is one of the principles that is going to be a natural byproduct of that. Because when we get to know people, that's when we really can start trusting that they're going to get the job done, do what they say they're going to do, all those things. It's spending time with them and building a relationship with them,
And
correct?
they will trust you.
And then they will trust you, exactly. So, okay, we only did 4. No, we only did 3. Wow, okay, so we will make up for that at 1 o'clock after lunch. We will do, there was only 4 in part 4, so we're actually gonna do 6 principles in part 4 to finish it up. But we'll get there, we'll do it, we'll finish it, But now we will break for lunch.
Yes, we will break for lunch. I don't need the microphone because the online people can do their own thing. If you're looking for
on the clock back there on the wall, which is what I'm going by.
Turns out most of you,
So if you guys want to
they just have a miss.
gather back around, we'll get started. Elena, we're good with everybody's streaming online's all good? All right. So we've got one more part of our principles, and then we're going to talk about some different things about developing this winning culture in our organization, in our families, in our churches. So we've got, six principles to cover. So the first one is that we're going to cover now is principle number 8, right? No. 9. Perseverance. So you guys got to keep me in line. All right, so we've got 6 to cover in the next 50 minutes. All right, so principle number 9 is perseverance. Who's got that? Jamie.
I've got that one. Hear us, our God, for we are despised. Turn their insults back on their own heads. Give them over as plunder in the land of captivity. Do not cover up their guilt or blot out their sins from your sight, for they have thrown insults in the face of the builders. So we rebuilt the wall till all of it reached half its height, for the people worked with all their heart.
Okay, so this is Nehemiah chapter 4, and the wall building has been started already, right? And it says right here that the wall had been built to half its height. So Nehemiah says, "Hear us, O our God, we are despised. We can't do it ourselves. You're going to have to help us. You're going to have to do it for us. So we're crying out to you. Hear us, God. Turn their insults." These are the people that wanted to destroy the work of the wall. These are the people that were in opposition: Sanballat, Tobiah, Geshem. Those guys, turn their insults back on their heads. Give them over as plunder in the land of captivity. Do not cover up their guilt or blot out their sins from your sight, for they have thrown insults in the face of the builders. This also reminds me of protection, right? Because Nehemiah is praying out to God in a sense here to protect them as well. So throw their insults back and don't cover up their guilt or blot out their sins. Protect us from them. They've thrown insults in the face of the builders. So we rebuilt the wall till all of it reached half its height. And then he says this, for the people worked with all their heart. The people worked with all their heart. So what was going on here? What was happening as the people are rebuilding the wall? What are the things that were going on and happening around them?
Everybody hated him.
Everybody, yeah. All the surrounding nations, at least, those guys, they hated them. And we talked about that before. So they were facing ongoing opposition. And Nehemiah not only was he protecting them, but he says there, the people worked with all their heart, no matter what it was. Principle number 9, perseverance. They persevered. So back in 1999, I wanted to do something to keep in shape and stay fit and healthy, because I knew, my daughter was 8 years old, but I thought, you know what, I want to be in shape when my grandkids are born. And so I started doing triathlons. And in 1999, I did my first one. It was a sprint triathlon. It was a 1/4-mile swim, a 10-mile bike, and a 3.1-mile run. So I thought I can drag myself through that if I have to, So I did running and biking and swimming, and then showed up in St. Pete Beach this one day, and I was with a friend. It was actually Aaron Chambers. A lot of you guys in here probably know Aaron, right? At the time, I was working with him on staff, and it was me and him, and we said, let's go try it. So we go down to we show up at the race this day, and we get out on the beach, and I'm looking out at the water, and I'm thinking, that's got to be more than a 1/4 mile. I can't believe this. Somebody had to measure this thing wrong. It just looks so long, right? And then these are all newbie things that you say to yourself when you first start, because you don't know any different. And anyway, so we got through it, and I crossed the finish line. I thought, man, that's a great accomplishment, but I don't want to do any more than this. And then the next season came, and I thought, well, maybe I can do a little bit more. So I did the next distance up, the international distance. So that was almost a 1 mile swim and a 20 mile bike ride and a 6.2 mile run. And so I did a couple of those, and I thought, well, I don't want to do any more than that. But came down to it, and I thought, okay, I guess I can do that, the half Ironman distance, which is a 1.2 mile swim, a 56 mile bike ride, and a 13.1 mile run. But I'm not doing any more than that. So I literally had to borrow somebody's road bike because I was doing all the other races on a mountain bike. I borrowed somebody's road bike, went up to the Panhandle of Florida, and did this race. And I finished it, and I was like, oh, I never want to do that again. And like 5 minutes later, I thought, well, maybe I can do that again. But I never want to do the full distance of Ironman. And so for another season, I did that. And then in 2006, I thought, I guess I think I can do the full iron distance race. So, which the Ironman is a 2.4 mile swim, 112 mile bike ride, and 26.2 mile run, marathon. And you have to finish it in 16 hours, or you have 17 hours to finish it, right? So 2006 was my first year doing that. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit more in our final session next. But the point is this, that takes a lot of perseverance because you're fighting through pain. I mean, it is painful almost every single day. Something in your body is hurting when you're training, when you're racing, and when you're in an actual race like that, the swim goes okay, then you get on your bike and you bike for 112 miles and your legs are really feeling fatigued at that point, right? But you're like, okay, I can still do this. And then you get onto the run. And then you get done with the half of the run, 13.1 miles. And then you go, oh, I got another 13 miles to go. And about mile 20, things are, I mean, you didn't even realize you had some of these muscles. You didn't realize some of these things. I mean, everything, there's just so much pain and everything is hurting. And all you do, you just feel like, I got to quit. But that's when your mental toughness, kicks in. Like, okay, physically I want to quit. Mentally, I'm going to keep going. So you keep going and you keep going and you keep going. And you finally cross the finish line, and it's all worth it. But the point is this, it's that throughout the whole process, things are tough. Things get hard. And it's not always easy, but perseverance pays off. And it works that way on our teams too. Things aren't always easy. Things get tough sometimes. With the people in Jerusalem, it wasn't just Nehemiah was coming back. He had all the supplies. The labor was there, but it wasn't as easy as just putting a brick on top of a brick and building a wall. They were facing opposition after opposition, relentless opposition, because those surrounding leaders did not want them to succeed. But Nehemiah, knowing this, and the person that he was, said, not only, they've thrown insults. He's not only praying to God that God would protect them, but letting the people know that I got your back. I mean, we're going to do this. And so the people worked with all their heart. So they didn't just lackadaisically, okay, we're gonna build a little bit, then we're gonna stop. No, they worked with all of their heart. So on a team, what does perseverance mean on a team? If this is all, we're talking about 14 principles here that build strong relationships. So how can you equate perseverance with building strong relationships on your teams? How does that work?
Sometimes it's difficult.
Sometimes it's difficult. Encouragement is one way. Yep.
Some of that's just learning each other and understanding what motivates one and what challenges the others bring, and just a lot to it.
Yep. So it's learning each other, right? Understanding the differences in people. What's going to challenge you? What's going to motivate you? That's not necessarily what's going to challenge or motivate somebody else. Who was it? Somebody was talking about, I think it was you, John. Patrick Lencioni, I mentioned his book, The Advantage, earlier this morning. But his newest project is called The Working Genius. Some of you guys have heard about that already, right? The Working Genius. And again, this guy studies and does the research more than anybody in this entire. He is the expert on research, and the Working Genius comes down to we all have there's six characteristics of the Working Genius, and those six characteristics are different, but teams are made up of people that exhibit different characteristics of this Working Genius. And if you put people in the right place and you allow them to work in the area that motivates them and that they're good at, then they're going to excel. And that's what the premise of that whole the Working Genius model is all about. But when people are in the right place, you've probably heard it before. Get the right people on the bus. But not just get them on the right people on the bus. Get them in the right seat on the bus, and then you could watch how everything flourishes and watch how everything. That's one way that people can persevere on your teams is if they're in the right place on your team, if they're in the right spot, if they're using their gifts, if they're using their talents. Then it's easier to get people moving in the right direction, and then the entire team perseveres together, right? So very, very important. And with Nehemiah, he says, not only did the people work, they worked with all their heart. And isn't that what we want? Isn't that what we want on our teams, in our churches, in our families, in our organizations? Is that we have a group of people that no matter what happens, no matter what difficulty arises, no matter what challenges come up, we've got our team together is working with all their heart. I mean, that's what we would hope for as leaders, as people being on teams. So principle number 9 is perseverance. Nehemiah chapter 4. Principle number 10 is contentment. Who's got that?
When our enemies heard that we were aware of their plot and that God had frustrated it, we all returned to the wall, each to our own work.
Okay, so very short passage there in Nehemiah 4:15, and I got you guys' bricks mixed around, but that's okay. I was trying to go in order all the way around for a good reason. But anyway, contentment. So when our enemies heard that we were aware of their plot and that God had frustrated it, we all returned to the wall, each to their own work. Right? So what does this say about contentment? We all returned to the wall, each to his own work. Why would you think I would call that contentment?
Well, if you're being intentional about it, it's because they just got done persevering.
Yeah.
And because they persevered, now they're content.
Okay.
And be happy.
Because they persevered, now they're content.
Be happy doing what you're doing and the job you're given.
Be happy doing what you're doing, the job that you're giving.
They
Now,
know they have purpose behind what they're doing.
okay, they know that they have purpose behind what they're doing, so they're content. Okay.
And you got them well placed, like you said, their seat on the bus, they're in the right seat, they're gonna be content because that's what they enjoy doing.
Okay.
It's so much easier to be content when you see God's hand at work in it.
It is. It's so much easier being content when you see God's hand at work in it. So when you hear the word contentment, how do you define that? How do you define contentment?
At ease with what you have.
At ease with what you have, okay.
Not coveting.
Not coveting. Satisfaction. When you think about contentment on a team in church, maybe it's in a church setting. We'll stick with that. Do you want your ministry, your team to be content? And what does that mean? What does it mean to be content? Because in a ministry, in a church setting, don't we always want to be striving to do better and more, and how can we be better? So if we're thinking about, okay, how can we be better, then doesn't that mean that we're not content where we are?
But I think
Well, you can be content, but you don't wanna be complacent.
There you go. All right.
contentment in the setting that you just described is knowing that I'm doing the right thing and I'm doing what I'm best at as a part of a team that is continuing to strive to get better.
Right.
Not that I'm continuing to strive to stay the same. That's not contentment. Contentment is I'm satisfied that I'm in the right place at the right time, contributing to the improvement or the attainment of goals of the whole team.
Right. Absolutely. So there's a danger to contentment, and I think you guys alluded to it as well, is that, you know what, we are satisfied with where God has us at the moment, but we're constantly striving to be better. So the danger of contentment is becoming lazy. Laziness is the enemy of contentment. Because can't we get caught in situations before, can we find ourselves in, well, I'm just content to where God has me. I'm just content to be here. And there's no real drive, there's no real push, there's no real, which again, we talked earlier about in the church, what should our number one goal be? To reach more souls for Christ. How many souls for Christ can we reach as an individual, as a church? And you know, we can't be complacent and get lazy. We have to constantly be striving to be better, but also being content with where God has us right now. And you can see that in your own life too. You know, so you know, for me, contentment means I don't have to have what my friend has. I mean, my friend Tim, for instance, who's the operator of 3 Chick-fil-A stores, very successful. He's been doing it for 25 years now. He owns a home up in Clayton, Georgia, and he just bought a he'd be really mad at me if he heard me talking about this. And he bought a new condo over on near Anna Maria Island on the west coast of Florida, over by Sarasota. And their main house is in Kissimmee, right? So I could look at that and go, oh man, you know, why don't I have all that? Look at what he has. Why don't I have all that? But you know what? Here's the reality is that my wife and I live in a 2-bedroom apartment. We don't own a house. We rent an apartment. We actually have one vehicle, believe it or not. As hard as that is in today's society, she works from home, and with what I do, my position is very flexible. So I do a lot of work from home, and then go to the church office on occasion when I need to, right? But we make it work, right? But it's kind of freeing. It's very freeing having a simple life and being content with where God has us right now. But if I allow myself to start comparing myself to other people and what they have, then that's the enemy. And then that's the enemy sneaking in and saying, you know what? You should be jealous. You deserve this. You deserve this, right? But what's the reality? The reality is I can just make a phone call and go over to a condo and stay there for free and use his condo. We can go up to Clayton, Georgia, up to the mountains. But he's the kind of person that is a very giving person and a very generous person. And so when he's bought these different properties, in his mind he's thinking, you know what, we can bless so many people by giving them the opportunity to go and stay in a place for free and have a vacation. And literally, they do this all the time. People go and stay in their property. But I know I'm rambling on about that. But I could, if I wasn't content, I would live a life of jealousy because of what somebody else has. And that's on the personal level, right? But I could also allow myself to be complacent and not make myself better and just think, I'm just gonna stay right here. Same thing happens on our teams. On your team, are you striving to be the best that you can be? The people here in Jerusalem, they worked with all their heart. Wait, we're talking about contentment. They returned to the wall, each to their own work. They weren't being lazy. They understood the magnitude of this project, and they understood how important it was. And so when their enemies heard it, they were aware of their plot, and that God had frustrated it, and they returned to the wall, each to their own work. So they worked with all their heart. They returned to the wall, each to their own work. Because why? Because they were content with what they were doing. Now, it didn't stop at halfway. They knew that there was an entire project to be done. So they were content, but they were also striving to make themselves better. Because they knew that they knew actually the hope that Nehemiah was giving, the trust that he had in him, the encouragement he was given to him. All these things helped make them content. So what does contentment look like on your team? Any other thoughts or ideas?
Just real quick, it's interesting, following that line of thinking, their contentment was, in the biblical context, in the strategic vision that God had for them. They didn't have to scatter and wander. They knew exactly what the vision was. And I think in teams, when we have a strong strategic vision that's fleshed out with exact steps to realize it, there's a sense of contentment in the vision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and each person has their position, right? Each person is content with where they are which is originally why I was talking about that, alluded to that working genius, that when we're in the right place, we're content, but we're also we're striving towards that vision together, right? Because I think that's what you're saying.
Yep.
Yeah. And
Okay, by striving, same thing as working toward it?
yes, yeah, yeah.
So you need to accept the limitations of where you are, including your past. But working toward doing better.
Accept where you are because of
You're
because of
because there's certain things you can't do because you don't have the time, you don't have the health, you don't have the money.
yeah, there are
have the
certain limitations.
opportunities.
Exactly. There's going to be certain limitations, whatever those look like. Money, opportunity, where you are in your life, whatever. There's going to be certain limitations. But I just believe that God wants us to do our best. Going back to do your very best all day, every day, no matter what the limitations are. Be content with where you are, but strive to be the best that you can be. And a team does that too. Be content with where you are, but strive to continue to build and do the things that you need to do to, in the church, win more souls to Christ. In your home, what does that look like? In your other ministry positions, what does that look like? That's up to you. But yeah, there could be, and with all of us, there's limitations.
Well, I see it as a possible example is when we went to Bible college, we decided to become a preacher, and yet weren't capable of doing it, as a senior in high school.
Mm-hmm.
But then you enroll in college, and you keep learning and developing skills. So you know there's certain things you can't do now, but you're working
But you're working towards doing, yeah. And God does that.
You're taking positive
God,
steps.
right. God does that in our lives, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
When I first started working, my first job was at Publix, and I started when I was 16, and my plan was to retire from there. I was going to work at Publix, it's a grocery store, if anybody doesn't know. Because I heard that store managers would make $100,000 a year. This was in the 80s. I thought, sure, I'm going to do that, right? And but at the same time, I was a very shy kid, so I was really comfortable in my job at Publix with around the same people every single day, and I was comfortable with that. But I could never stand in front of people and preach or talk or teach or even pray. I didn't even want to stand up. I was just a really shy person, and I didn't go to college till I was 25, and I was terrified. I was terrified to have to preach or to have to stand in front of people. And I say to have to because at that point, that's how I looked at it. That's how I viewed it. Like, I'm terrified. I don't want to do that. But along the way, God started changing that in my life. So I started learning things. It was a limitation before, but now it's not a limitation anymore. But it's only because I believe because God gave me that gift of being able to do that, to preach and to teach. And after I went to Bible college, but before it was a limitation. So I think that's kind of what you're saying.
But the gift didn't come without work.
No, the gift didn't come without work. It took a lot of hard work. So yeah, so I was constantly striving to be better, right? So, but also, trying to be content with where I was along each step of the way, for sure. So the people here with the job of rebuilding the wall, it reached half its height in Nehemiah 4, and then 4:15 when they returned to the wall, each to his own work. So they were content in the face of adversity to return to the work on the wall. So contentment's principle number 10. Principle number 11. Get back on track over here. Selflessness. Somebody's got that. Did I? Oh, no. I'm really not doing too well after lunch. Yeah, just the right amount. All right.
Moreover, from the 20th year of King Artaxerxes, when I was appointed to be their governor in the land of Judah, until his 32nd year, 12 years, neither I nor my brothers ate the food allotted to the governor. But the earlier governors, those preceding me, placed a heavy burden on the people and took 40 shekels of silver from them in addition to food and wine. Their assistants also lorded it over the people. But out of reverence for God, I did not act like that. Instead, I devoted myself to the work on this wall. All my men were assembled there for the work. We did not acquire any land.
Okay, so here we had Nehemiah chapter 5, verses 14 through 16. Nehemiah, again, he was appointed their governor, and he had been their governor for a while, but he did not do what other governors did. Why? Because he was thinking about he was thinking about the people first, and he was being selfless, thinking of himself less than the other people. Why do we know that? He said, when I was appointed to be their governor in the land of Judah until the 32nd year, 12 years, neither I nor my brothers ate the food allotted to the governor. He also said, out of reverence for God, I did not act like that. He also said we did not acquire any land. And these are the things that other governors were doing. They were acquiring land from people. They were charging taxes. They were taking things. And Nehemiah said, I'm not going to do that. Why did he say he wasn't going to do that? What was he showing? He was showing that he was actually putting others, he was being selfless. And so selflessness is a huge principle when we're talking about what it means to build strong and healthy cultures and a winning culture. So what does selflessness look like on a team? So in the book here, in this chapter on selflessness, I actually, the story here is actually about my wife. But a friend of hers, Rosalind, who she hired years ago, told a story about how she was working for my wife, and my wife was off that day. My wife was a manager of U.S. Cellular is what it was. And this girl called and said she had a couple of kids, and she said, I can't come to work today because I don't have anybody to watch my kids. And my wife said, well, just bring your kids over. Now this is way before, years before we got married, so this is predates us. So, so the girl brought her kids over to her house, dropped her kids off. They played with her kids, and this girl's parents were, her mom wasn't doing well. She had been in the hospital. So not only did my wife, Melanie, take the kids for the day so that Rosalind could actually go to work, she cooked a meal for the mom. She called back after that to check up on them, to see how she was doing. And Melanie was the manager of the store. And Rosalind was the person that she had hired, right? She didn't have to do that as the manager. Rosalind called and said, I can't make it to work because my two kids, I don't have a babysitter for my two kids. I mean, when that happens sometimes, it's like, sorry for your luck. Find a way to get your kids childcare and get to work. But no, instead, she said, you know what? She was being selfless. She said, bring them over and I'll take care of it. So Rosalind tells a story in there, and she tells it how it affected her. And it affected her in such a positive way. And that years later, she still remembers that. But what did that do for her as an employee there, as part of my wife's team? Well, it made her so loyal. She was going to do anything. She was going to do anything for her because here she's got a manager showing this type of selflessness. So on our teams, what does that look like? What does it look like to be selfless? And what are the what's the word I'm looking for? Attributes. Benefits. What are the benefits? Like what is that? How can we practically think about selflessness for each one of us and how that affects our teams? What things come to your mind?
Nehemiah didn't take what was available to him without comment. They didn't take the food, didn't take the land.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
He gave up a benefit that was rightfully his.
It was a benefit that was rightfully his. You're absolutely right. And everybody else was doing it. Yeah. Everybody else was doing it, but he didn't do it. When technically it was rightfully his. But he saw what a burden it was on the people. So he didn't do it.
Yeah. Well,
right?
Paul did that in the New Testament too, several times.
Yep.
So how did Nehemiah make a living?
Rely on the provision of God.
Yeah.
And I like that one, the thing you got bold here, it says out of reverence for God. Another translation says out of the fear of the Lord.
Yeah.
And that's a healthy understanding. When you have that healthy fear of the Lord, you have that reverence for God. You're not gonna, place another burden on other people. You're gonna alleviate people's burdens. You're gonna help, like you're saying, be that selfless act. You can say those other principles like humility and patience on other people to help them accomplish the task you're trying to do together.
Yeah. Yep. Out of reverence for God, or out of fear for the Lord. How did Nehemiah? I guess my opinion would be, as far as we could tell, he was taken care of from the king. From his job, from his previous position as the cupbearer to the king, he had everything that he wanted. He had all the supply. He had all the, as much, we call it money, whatever,
Retirement,
So maybe I don't.
Well, he didn't take what was allowed for the boss. That's the way I would take that. He just took what the average worker would get as far as, say, food. But maybe the boss was allowed, better food or more.
Maybe, yeah.
What drives-
These are things that we can contemplate because it doesn't really say in the text there, right? It doesn't say how exactly how Nehemiah was getting taken care of himself. But I can only imagine it was because of his position with the king before, and he had so much money. He was independently wealthy. We'll put it that way.
I think the very beginning of verse 16 is extremely important as it relates to the previous statement, but out of reverence to God, I did not act like that. Instead of acting like the former ones, I devoted myself to the work on the wall,
Right.
which was his whole purpose to be there to begin with.
Which was a selfless act,
It was.
you know, which because, I mean, the whole thing was a selfless act, but you're right.
It motivates the rest of the
It
team.
motivates, it does,
You
yeah.
know, it's not the us versus the man mindset there.
It's me against the man.
He's one of us.
Yeah, he is one, yeah. And when people look at the leader like that, think about what happens on a team. Think about what gets accomplished when the team looks at the leader and says, he's one of us, right? So that obviously they did that. And in the way that he writes, too, again, instead, you're right, instead, I devoted myself to the work on this wall. That showed with the people. All of my men were assembled there for work. We did not acquire any land. So not only did he not do it, but he showed the people that he was being selfless by his involvement with the work on the wall
Kinda what
as
I was
well.
thinking. One of the, looking at church history in the 60s and 70s, especially the 80s, you know, when the pyramid style of leadership from the secular workplace made its way into the churches where there was a pyramid structure, where the top-down CEO minister dictated everything, and how toxic that was, and how many extra churches were created as a result of splits. This reflects a lateral leadership style.
It does.
And I think that is way more biblical than that pyramid structure that was not ever part of the Testament anyway. And if anything, the pyramid that's described in the Old Testament created nothing but wars. And Kings books show that for us. So it's lateral, it's loyalty.
Also, generosity breeds generosity. You know, he was being generous with his time and efforts and willingness to work, and that's gonna really breed more generosity. Think about it, we'll go to a work project. If you ever spend any time doing any kind of volunteer service, people are more than happy to bring, you know, there's food always coming from somewhere.
Yeah.
Or ready to share
Yeah.
a meal with you because you're being generous with your time.
Absolutely. So we see a high level of selflessness on what Nehemiah putting himself, putting the needs of the people above himself, and not taking what he could have taken, and what they say was possibly deserved, but he didn't do that. So principle 11 was selflessness. Principle number 12. We're moving around the table here. Kindness is principle number 12. Kindness.
Furthermore, 150 Jews and officials ate at my table, as well as those who came to us from the surrounding nations. Each day, 1 ox, 6 choice sheep, and some poultry were prepared for me, and every 10 days an abundant supply of wine of all kinds. In spite of all this, I never demanded the food allotted to the governor, because the demands were heavy on these people.
Okay. So, verse 17 in Nehemiah 5, 17 through 18, he goes into further detail, really. The 5, 14 through 16, he talks about, I didn't do this, I didn't eat this, but not only did I not, eat the food allotted to the governor, or did not acquire any land, what did he do? He took that a step further. He took selflessness a step further by saying, not only am I not going to do something, but I am going to do, there's something I am going to do for the people. And what was that? 150 Jews and officials ate at my table, as well as those who came to us from the surrounding nations. So not only did he not take the food, he actually invited people in to eat at his table, and he took care of them. And then it says that every day, here's what they ate. And I never demanded the food allotted to the governor, because the demands were heavy on these people. So he took selflessness to a whole new level with a high level of kindness. And so what does it mean to show kindness in our teams? Has anybody, let me put it this way. Has anybody ever showed you, given you an act of kindness? And how did that affect you?
there was, I don't really know words we could put to it, but that act of kindness really humbled us. We were the recipients of that. I'm sure it was a blessing for the other, whoever made that donation. But it was really a neat thing to be part of in the receiving end of that. It also invigorates me to do something like that in the future for somebody else.
Okay. Anybody else? What are some ways that we can show kindness on our team?
Kind words.
Words, okay. Kind words to people, yep.
That goes with encouragement, but
The way that we talk to people makes a huge difference. We can talk to people with kindness, or we can talk to people with, brash words and not being so kind. When you put people down, what does that do for the morale of your team? When you're saying negative things to people. Now, does that mean that people don't need to be corrected? No. Sometimes an act of kindness can be setting somebody down and correcting a behavior that needs to be corrected. Sometimes that's the way that you can be as kind to somebody. That's the way you can be the most kind to somebody is by helping them get better, right? And it's sometimes it's not easy for people to hear. It's hard for people to hear, but sometimes being kind is telling the truth and helping people understand and try to help people. But it's how you do that. The kindness aspect is how are you approaching other people? For Nehemiah, he did it by inviting people in to eat at his table, literally, and not demanding the food allotted to the governor because the demands on the people were heavy. So think about how you can show kindness. What are some practical ways that you can show kindness to people around you? Is it the people on your team, the people in your church, the people, even in your home? Sometimes it's hard for us, when we have kids that are disrespectful and not. I mean, it's hard to be kind, right? Sometimes, and it's hard to be kind to some people that when somebody's just really getting on your nerves. How hard is it to be kind to them? But it's a lot of prayer. God, help me be kind to this person, right? But people are watching. They're watching us as leaders, how we respond to different situations and to different people. Do you respond in an angry way, or do you respond in a kind way, no matter what the situation is?
Sometimes I think it's showing interest in somebody too, and knowing, you get to know people.
Right.
By showing
Yep.
interest. And I know growing up in the church, men who were in leadership, ministers, when they showed interest in me, that meant a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, I'm important enough for them to notice. So I think
Yep.
sometimes it's just doing the interacting and not being a leader. You have to be down in the trenches too.
Yep. Again, it's putting other people ahead of yourself, being selfless, but also it's the way that you approach that person and take an interest in them, right? Is showing kindness and being kind to people.
Sometimes I think showing kindness can be as simple as sharing the limelight. If your team is working, whatever your team might be, whether it's at church or in work or whatever, if you are responsible for something and you're giving progress reports or you're giving status reports, sometimes it's good to let people on your team do those as a way of sharing the limelight with them, rather than you gathering all the information and then as the leader stand up and say,
Yeah. Yeah.
sometimes they say, I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
And it's really we did, but give other people a chance to share in that limelight.
How does that phrase go? As a leader, you give more credit than you deserve, or take less credit than you deserve, and more blame than you deserve. However that goes, right? Credit the people, credit your people, right? And then if something doesn't go right, you take the blame for that. You're the leader. You're the one it falls on you. So you take the blame for that, and that's one way of protecting people as well. But it's also, it's a way of showing kindness. It's a way of showing your people that, that you are being kind to them. And again, it builds trust. It builds strong teams. All right, we've got 2 left in 5 minutes. Principle number 13 is gentleness.
Gentleness. Nehemiah said, "Go and enjoy choice food and sweet drinks, and send some to those who have nothing prepared. This day is holy to our Lord. Do not grieve, for the joy of the Lord is your strength." The Levites calmed all the people, saying, "Be still, for this is a holy day. Do not grieve." Then all the people went away to eat and drink, to send portions of food, and to celebrate with great joy, because they now understood the words that had been made known to them.
Okay, so here we have, this is Nehemiah chapter 8, but something significant happened in chapter 6. And we just finished we just looked at chapter 5 with kindness. Then we skipped all the way to chapter 8 with gentleness. But what happened between chapter 5 and chapter 8?
Finish the wall.
They finished the wall in chapter 6, right? And let me see if I've still got it here. Yes, chapter 6, verse 15. So the wall was finished on the 25th day of the month Elul in 52 days. And when our enemies heard of it, all the nations around us were afraid and fell greatly in their own esteem, for they perceived that this work had been accomplished with the help of our God. Something very significant, right? So the wall had been completed in 52 days. And because of that, right, what was the perception of the people around them that saw it?
God be with them.
They were afraid, and they knew it was only because of God. Man cannot do this. It's only because of God, right? So in our teams, there's things that don't, sometimes we think, well, we can never get that done, right? But that's what building these strong relationships and building a winning culture is. We get more done than we ever thought we could imagine. And we get it done because when we're treating each other this way as the foundation of what happens on our team, then all of a sudden we start realizing, okay, there's more and more and more happening here. But it's all because of these principles, right? It's all because God is doing this. But we still had 2 principles to go. So God is working, in the lives of the people and with this project. But it doesn't stop there because there's 2 more principles. Principle number 13 is gentleness. So after the wall was rebuilt, that's the physical part of it. The physical walls around the city were rebuilt. But there was still some spiritual building to do. Because there were still some foreign worship from the nations around them. How am I trying to say that? What's that? Influences, negative influences that were coming in, and they allowed this to control or to have influence over their worship. And Nehemiah knew that, okay, the wall's rebuilt, so now we have to rebuild the spiritual aspect, the spiritual lives of these people. So then Nehemiah said in chapter 8, go and enjoy choice food and sweet drinks and send them to those who have nothing prepared. This day is sacred to our Lord. Do not grieve, for the joy of the Lord is our strength. The Levites, the leaders, the spiritual leaders, calmed all the people, saying, be still, for this is a sacred day. Do not grieve. So Nehemiah was setting these people aside, right? In chapter 8 here. The Levites calmed all the people. Now, he could have gone in there like a wrecking ball and said, you're not doing that, and throwing, their false, everything out that went against God, right? But he didn't do that. He did it in a gentle way. The Levites calmed all the people, and they got rid of all those false influences, right? But it was how they did it. It was how they responded to it that made a big difference. And then forgiveness is the last one.
So I purified the priests and the Levites of everything foreign and assigned them duties, each to his own task.
Okay, so the last principle is forgiveness. And I wish we probably would have needed could have had 30 minutes on forgiveness. Because we all fail, and we all fail each other at certain times. And how we respond to that matters. Nehemiah purified the priests and the Levites of everything foreign. And that is a characterization of getting rid of everything foreign and bringing them back to purity and forgiving them for their past sins. Nehemiah included himself earlier in the book, if you remember. He included himself in that. And so at this point, he's showing forgiveness to the people, but it's also showing God's forgiveness towards us too. And when somebody does something against you, or some people do things against each other on a team, which is going to happen, what's the first thing that they do? How do they handle that? Is there forgiveness that takes place? Because when there is, then that relationship between those two people or multiple people on the team grows stronger because of that forgiveness. So that's how we're going to wrap up the 14 principles. And we're going to take our 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back and talk about some disciplines in a winning culture. And we're going to also talk about when cracks happen in this wall. Let's take a break. You guys ready? All right, we are done with the 14 principles and building the wall. So this is what we're going to do. I always like to have a visual. See, we got some smart guys over here right now. I always like to have a visual. If you're watching the live stream, you're probably not going to be able to see this. But inside the room, everybody hold up their paper. These are all the bricks. So each one of these principles, I call a brick in the wall. So and don't sing it, please. Yeah. So as Nehemiah was building the wall, here we have all these principles, these relationship principles that he was actually exhibited in his own life. That the only reason why this wall was built in 52 days is because of the way that he worked with the people, the way that he allowed God to use him, and these timeless principles, right? These are all principles that Nehemiah used. But again, if you remember me saying it before, 1 Corinthians 13, 4 through 7. Hundreds of years later, don't put your signs down yet. Hundreds of years later, Paul wrote to the church in Corinth. And he wrote this passage in 1 Corinthians 13 where he says, love is patient. So patience is one of our bricks. Love is kind. Who's got kindness? Love does not envy. But we didn't say that. But it does not envy, so it's content. So we have contentment. Love does not boast. It doesn't boast to me, but it's encouraging. I'm getting that one. It's encouraging to other people, right? It doesn't boast about myself, but it's encouraging to other people. So encouragement is one. Love is not proud, so it's humble. Humility is one. Love is not rude. So if love is not rude, what does that mean? It shows compassion. It shows compassion. Love is not self-seeking, so that it is selfless. Love is not easily angered, so it is gentle. Gentleness. Love keeps no record of wrongs. It forgives. Love rejoices with the truth. Truthfulness. Where'd that go? Oh, right there. Right. So it always protects. Protection. It always trusts. Trust. It always hopes. And it always perseveres. And Paul says, because of that, what? Love never fails. So it was eye-opening to me when I went back and studied the book of Nehemiah to find out if these principles were in there. And sure enough, here they all are. So if we're a team and we're all holding up our bricks, there we go. We're all holding up our bricks. What is this going to mean for our team?
Might get the job done.
We might get the job done. You know what? We might not only get the job done, but we might do what? Excel and get way more done than we thought we could ever imagine. That's the ultimate synergy part of it, right? Because synergy is getting a little bit more done than you thought you were going to get done by two people working together. But when we have these principles, when we're treating each other this way, we're getting way more done than we ever thought we could imagine. Now, in your handout, there are some blanks there on this part 5. Number 1, culture cracks. Culture cracks. And I'm just going to give you the other ones. People can change, and the leader can change. So culture cracks. People can change, and the leader can change. Or people can just act differently towards each other, right? So if everybody is holding their signs up, I know I had you right, but if you're holding your signs up, if you're holding your bricks up, right, and these bricks, and we're all treating each other this way, and we're getting everything way more done than we ever thought we could imagine, then we're just on top of the world. And it's like, this is great. Now, let me ask you this. What happens if we'll say John, as part of the team, lies to Jamie about something. And John finds out about that. John's not truthful, but Jamie finds out about that, right? What happens to one of these bricks in the wall? Trust. Where's trust? Right there. What happens to that brick? Okay. Yeah, rips, cracks. That brick falls down, but get this. Not only does it fall down, where does it fall down to?
On top of everybody in the team.
Well, it goes between, at least now, because Jamie found out that John wasn't truthful to him, right? So Jamie doesn't trust John right now, right? That might not affect the rest of you right now, but it affects those two. So that brick then starts to become a barrier. That brick then goes down. Now, because Jamie doesn't trust John, right? And that continues on. What does that do for Jamie's patience with John? It gets less and less. So here we got patience, another brick that gets put on top of trust. But instead, it's not protecting, it's not making a strong, it's actually becoming a barrier. And so if that's left unchecked, if that crack is allowed to get worse and worse, all of a sudden it's not just a crack anymore, it's a one brick, and then another brick, and then another brick. You think Jamie's going to want to encourage John if he doesn't trust him, or if, so there goes encouragement. And then that's another negative brick. So all of a sudden there's this barrier of communication between those two. But then after a while, it's not just going to be between those two. What's going to happen?
It's like a cancer.
It's like a cancer, right? So if that's not taken care of right away, then all of a sudden you see all these bricks. All of a sudden they just start crumbling out of the wall, and then our productivity goes down. The team, just the cohesiveness of the team starts to fall apart, and then you become a toxic organization or a toxic team if you let that. Now, is there times where John is untruthful to Jamie and he didn't mean to be, but he was just going through a bad time, and then here's the occasion where this happened, and then we take care of that right away? What is that? That's forgiveness, right? So when we show that forgiveness, then those bricks can actually stay in the wall. But there's always going to be cracks. There's always going to be times where there's going to be challenges. Everything's not perfect. Because why? Because we're people. And sometimes, if I can say this, people are stupid. Sometimes we all, including sometimes we have a bad day. Sometimes things aren't going well in our life for whatever reason, and we can do things that aren't necessarily the right things. We can treat each other in a negative way, right? But when we realize that and we confront that and we take care of those cracks and we fill those cracks right away, then the wall stays in place as a wall that protects us and builds us and makes us stronger.
Sometimes, seems like a lot of times I put out fires, it's not by somebody lying, it's somebody not understanding.
Mm-hmm.
We make some decisions sometimes that will affect other staff members because of those decisions had to be made, but they don't understand it because they haven't been explained.
Right.
And sometimes they really don't need to be explained, it's just part of it, until they get out of it, and finally they come to you and say, why did you not tell me the truth? But it wasn't a lie, it's just the fact that it was decisions made in upper management.
Yeah.
That nobody, you couldn't explain.
And what type of, what are you talking about? What type of organization are you talking about?
Children's home.
Children, okay. So, all right. So you've got a terrible leader.
Yes.
I'm like,
yeah, he's got an arrow here pointing to
Yeah.
things
Yeah.
that we
Yeah, well, see, and again, very, very important to remember is that we are all people that are imperfect, right? And we all fall, and we all do things, and we all, and what happens within organizations and teams is there's not as much communication sometimes as what there needs to be. Miscommunication, misunderstandings. This is just a normal. This is just what happens because we're all different people. We're created differently, and sin is in the world. And because sin is in the world, bad things happen. And that even on a team, that even means miscommunication, hurt feelings, whatever it is that could actually get out of hand, right? But if they're dealt with right away, then chances are you're going to be able to fix that. But the biggest thing that I hear in business is communication. We don't have any communication is terrible around here. We always got to work on communication. We always got to over communicate and make sure that we're letting people know exactly the message that we want them. But we're still going to fail at that sometimes, right? So.
Well, that's one reason is because we all communicate different, or we listen different.
Mm-hmm.
Some of us are writing, some of us verbal, some of us, other ways.
Yeah.
It's kind of like I learned in Bible college. It's what you plan to say, it's what you said, it's what you wished you said, but most importantly, it's what they heard.
Yeah, yeah. Most importantly, it's what they heard, how they perceive the message that you're trying to give them, right? You guys all know what the golden rule is. What's the golden rule?
He who has the gold makes all the rules.
That's the first time I've heard anybody respond like that. He who has the gold makes all the rules. Hey, great. That's probably true.
He's our burden, though.
But, yeah. Aren't you an elder at a church somewhere around here?
Yeah.
Okay. Might want to rethink that. I'm
Before that, what you just said about communication indicates weakness of texting.
It absolutely does. Texting is one of the worst forms of communication.
Especially if you're trying to get across less than pleasant.
Right. And why is texting one of the worst forms of communication? Because it doesn't account for what?
Nonverbal.
It doesn't account for the nonverbal communication. Right. So I don't know how many times I've been misunderstood, you've been misunderstood, you've texted something and somebody took it the wrong way, like you're being critical, but you really weren't. And so then all of a sudden there has to be a conversation face to face, which you should have just done that in the first place. And but that's the world we live in.
And even phoning, if you just leave a message, even though they hear it.
Yeah, because people perceive messages different ways. Right.
Yeah.
Right. They hear it the way that they think, and a lot of times that's the wrong. It's a misunderstanding.
Travis,
Right. Yes.
It's kind of interesting, the example that he gave about people not understanding and so forth. In the winning culture, there's a responsibility of the people in the organization to be patient, to one of the trusting, I think. But then there's also a responsibility of leadership, and one of the communications is protection. I think you can protect through good communication sometimes.
Yep.
It's interesting, the responsibility that the leader has and the rest of the team has. These different things apply differently, I guess you might say.
Yeah, it's true, right. And it's because we all perceive things in a unique way, So what was the golden rule again? Not you. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you, right? That's the golden rule. But in the world of communication, there's another rule. It's called the platinum rule. Has anybody ever heard the platinum rule before? The platinum rule says this: do unto others the way they want to be done unto. right? So people would think, well, that's, that goes against the goal. No, it doesn't. Because why? Because we receive messages differently. Each of us receives messages differently. So the way I receive a message from you might be totally different than the way somebody else receives a message from you, right? It's just we're people, right? It's the way that we were created differently and we receive messages in a different way. So what do I mean by do unto others the way that they want to be done unto? Well, the only way you can do that is if you know people, if you know the people that you work with, and you know how they want to be communicated with. Some people need you just to go and sit there and give them a good thorough explanation of this is why we need to do what we're going to do. Other people, they just want to know okay, just tell me what we're going to do. I don't need an explanation. I just want to do it. You're wasting my time if you sit here and try to go through. But somebody else is going to be the total opposite. So it's getting to know the people on your team. It's getting to know the people in your organization. It's getting to know your spouse. It's getting to know your own family, right? So and how they perceive messages, and communicating to people in a way that we know that they want to, the way that they need to be communicated with. That's why, we've got to send a message out in so many different ways. Think about the church, right? There's going to be an event at the church. How do you communicate that? If say you're going to have a big, like a church picnic, how do you communicate that with the church? I know this is a very simplistic.
Bulletin announcements.
There's a bulletin announcement. All right, that's written words there on a bulletin. Maybe there's a picture on there, right? Then on Sunday morning, if when you put slides up on the screen, then there's a slide up on the screen, right? Then there's an email that goes out, and then somebody stands up on stage and says, "Hey, on January 28th, we're gonna have a picnic." That's the verbal part of it.
Only in Florida.
Okay, July. Okay. I'm Florida thinking, man. We do things all. It doesn't matter. It's all summer with us. But the point is that communication has to happen in several different ways for people to really understand it. I worked for a health and wellness company in Orlando for a while, and my title was Chief Culture Officer. And so I'd had a 45-minute conversation with the CEO. The company hired a new CEO, and I was a director over a department. And he came around to all the directors just to get to know them and what their job was. And he sat down and talked to me for 45 minutes. It was all about everybody else. It was all about the people in the organization. It was small. There was probably 35 people in this corporate office. So it wasn't terribly huge. But we were talking about the challenges with the people, and maybe 5 minutes about the job that I was doing. And so he said, do you think you're in the right place? Do you think you're sitting in the right seat in this company? I said, I'll sit in whatever seat you want me to if you think it'll help make this company better. And so he left, and then he came back and said, I want to put you in charge of HR and make you the Chief Culture Officer, and just focus on the culture of this organization. Because at that time, everybody was scared of their jobs. It was very there was a lack of trust. People weren't treated fairly in the way that they got paid. People were getting fired every week. So every week it's like, who's going to get fired this week? And it was just culturally it was just a mess. So he said, will you do this? And I said, sure. So we put together a plan right away. So we've got to rebuild trust and change the culture here. And one of those things was we did a market study of all of our positions and how they were getting paid, just to make sure everybody was getting paid fairly. Because there was big discrepancies at that point. People in the same department doing the same job there's way too much discrepancy because with the previous CEO, it just mattered who was a better negotiator, and you got paid more. That's what it came down to, right? No sense, really no sense of fairness there, right? So we did a market study. We got an outside consultant and sent them all of our job descriptions. I had to update those. And then they sent us a report back and saying, here's the position, no name attached. This is the position, and this is the salary range. So if you were in that range, nothing happened. If you were below that range, we adjusted your income, your pay, to be in that range. Didn't consider it a raise. It was an adjustment to make it fair for you. If you were already over, we weren't going to take money away from you. Didn't think that that was a good thing to do, but we would make it clear that you're not going to, you can't get a raise. You're already at the top in this area, right? So we talked about it. We talked about it in meetings. We communicated with it. I mean, over-communicated. This is what we're doing. We want to make sure everybody gets treated fairly, and so we got the results back, and then I met with every single person and let them know your position. You fall in this range, and you're good, or we're going to adjust you up, or and we met with every person. Every person was happy with that, except for one guy. This guy came and sat in my office, and I told him nothing was going to happen with his pay because he was already in the range of what that position was. And he looked at me, he pointed at me, he said, "You're a liar. You're lying. You told us we were getting raises. You're lying." And his director was sitting right there too, which I'm glad he was. And I said, he piped up before. He said, "What are you talking about? He's not lying. They've been telling us this for a month now at least." He goes, you told us all we were getting raised. That's what he heard. I don't know how, but that's what he heard. And I did the best I could. And we did the best we could at communicating in different ways. But there was only one guy that he only heard what he wanted to hear. And that's going to happen sometimes. People are only going to hear, and when you're in the church, people are going to hear what they want to hear.
Or they may not hear it at all.
Or they may not hear it at all.
One time I made an announcement orally, said, and it's in the bulletin too, and at the end of the announcements, it said, "There are any other announcements?" And one of the deacons spoke up and said, "Don't forget to tell them about."
Yeah. Yeah, because he didn't hear it. I mean, he just didn't hear it. That's, it's sometimes it's human nature. We hear what we want to hear, and it's going to happen. The important thing is, how do we handle that when it does happen? In this case that I just told you about, I had backup right there. I had one of the department directors immediately jumped to my defense and said, "What are you talking about? He never said that." And then what did this guy do? He left. He still didn't listen to his direct boss, his direct supervisor, who was telling him, "No, nobody ever said that." So he goes back to his office, and then he starts to try to get people on his side, right? But nobody would listen to him. They're like, "You're crazy. They never said that." As a matter of fact, I mean, they're really trying to help make this place better, and it was going really well. So, but this guy only heard what he wanted to hear, and that can happen.
Did he end up quitting?
I don't know how much longer. I ended up quitting.
He didn't get a raise.
Because you were supposed to get a raise and you didn't get a raise.
It was unbelievable. You brought it up. Yeah. So when the report came back, my position, chief culture officer, sounds like so. In Central Florida, so they take the region and into consideration and how much would people anyway, and it was more than double what I was making. But that's not why I quit. I quit because the owners of the company fired that CEO because he wasn't making as much money for them as they wanted him to, as fast as they wanted him to. So they fired him, and then they hired another guy, and he did not like what I was doing. He was going to be the one who came in and single-handedly saved that company. And so, I mean, it was, you can't do this. I was meeting with the directors every week. We were going through leadership studies with a different book, and you're not. That's not yours. That's me. I'm here to save this company. And anyway, I realized it wasn't going to work. So I found employment elsewhere before I got fired because I knew that was coming. My job wasn't going to be there anymore. I was going to be let go. So anyway, what was the whole point? People take things differently. So we have to be very careful about how we communicate and the message that other people are getting. And again, sometimes people are just going to hear what they want to hear. So we just have to do the best that we can do. But if we're treating each other, if we're treating each other like this on our team, then when those things happen, then they get snuffed out, just like what happened with this guy. I mean, he didn't get very far because everybody knew. Everybody knew it. So, but cracks can happen in the culture, and those cracks can be very dangerous. But we've got to take care of those cracks as soon as we can. Okay, and then we're going to wrap up in the last 20 minutes with talking about what it means to be a culture champion. What does it mean to be a culture champion? And you don't have to be the main leader of your organization. You don't have to be, you can be a culture champion at any different level in an organization. Anybody can do this. And that's how I wrote this book, that anybody can pick it up and read it and say, you know what, I can do that. Think about these 14 principles. Who in this room does not have the ability to do even one of these things? We all have the ability to do it. We all have the ability to do it. They're timeless, and every single person, every human being has the ability to treat other people this way. So how can we be a champion for that? How can we be a champion for the culture? So I told you before, I worked my way up in triathlon to Ironman races. And I've finished 7 Ironman races before. I'm getting ready for my 8th one later this year. But I tell you that because of this. I know you're saying. It takes a whole lot of discipline and a whole lot of crazy to train and to compete in Ironman triathlons. But I've done 7 of them. But there's a reason why I'm telling you that. It's because here's the thing. Along the way, I started learning that there's a lot more to it than just getting up in the morning and riding and swimming and running. I started learning lessons along the way. And these lessons are life lessons. I call them disciplines that can help anybody, no matter what you're doing. I just happen to get some sort of sick joy out of killing myself and doing these races and training for 50, 20 hours a week and going out there and killing myself. I know it's crazy, but there's something that drives me to do that, right? But here's the thing: the disciplines that I learned can be applied to any of us, anybody's life, no matter what you're doing. And in leadership, these 4 disciplines that we're going to talk about will help you and everybody on your team just be better. 4 disciplines that you can all practice and learn from that'll make you a better leader, not just in your church or in your job, but in your home, around your friends, or whatever groups that you're a part of. So discipline number 1 is this: keep your eye on the goal. Keep your eye on the goal. I remember in the first iron distance race I did, it was in Florida. It was in this town called Claremont. And the run, when you got to the run, there was a lake. We swam in Lake Mineola and then biked. And then the run, there was a short out and back. And then around the lake it was 7 miles around the lake. So you had to circle this lake 3 times. And after the first time around the lake, it was already getting dark for me. And, because I started at 7:30 in the morning and I finished at almost 11:30 at night. So I was doing most of the run in the dark by myself. And I was running around this lake. And it was pretty lonely out there because every mile or so that there was an aid station that people were at, with water and all that other stuff. So I had that to look forward to. But in between that, it was dark and it was lonely out there. But there's one thing that kept me going in that run was that I could look across the lake at any point, and the finish line was at this lakefront park there, and it was lit up. There was lights everywhere. It was bright over there. So even though I was running in the dark, I could look over and see the lights of the finish line at any point. And I don't know how many times I had to look over there and say, I'm going to finish it. I wanted to quit, but nope, I'm going to finish this. I'm going to finish this. And the hardest thing was coming around right before the last loop around there and have to pass it when I could have made a right turn and gone right. Nope, I had to pass it and do another 7 miles. And it was brutal, but I kept my eye on the goal. That's how I finished. I kept my eye on the goal. And when I look at Paul's life in the New Testament, there was a time where it talks about him keeping an eye on the goal. Anybody remember where that is? It's in Philippians, chapter 3, where he talks about pressing on to win the prize for that which God has called me heavenward in Christ Jesus. I'm just paraphrasing that. Don't hold me to it. But Paul, in Paul's life, he pressed on towards the goal. And we know, was Paul's life perfect? I mean, far from it. I mean, that guy faced trial after trial after trial throughout his whole life. I mean, he started off as being hostile towards Christianity, killing Christians. I mean, he started off as a pretty bad person. And then God changed his life, and then he became just as zealous to what God was doing and building the church. And most of what we hear about his life in the New Testament is his letters to the churches and him starting churches and making sure that churches are healthy and growing. And he pressed on. He talks about pressing on towards the goal. Forget what's behind, press on towards the goal. And I can imagine just in your mind's eye, keeping your eye on the goal. So whatever your goal is, whether it's on your team, at your church, whether it's in your ministry, home, goals are good things. Goals are good things for us to have because it keeps us moving in the same direction with each other. So when you have goals and you have them written down, then that helps you. Your chances of meeting those goals are better. I mean, we can all have goals and say, oh yeah, I've got this goal to, whatever it is. And you're just thinking of it in your head. Chances are things are going to happen. You're going to lose sight of that. But when it's a set goal and everybody understands what that goal is, it's written down, you know what you're doing, and you keep your eye on that goal, chances are you're going to finish. You're going to complete that. So keep your eye on the goal. What are some goals that you guys have in your ministries, in your churches? Any goals that you guys are working on right now? No? Okay. Well, I hope you take some away from today. And yeah.
I mean, one for the children's home is just to bring families back together, because we deal with troubled families in crisis. So they send their kid to us for a year or two, and our whole goal is to reincorporate the child back into the family. So that's one of our goals.
Yeah. Admirable goal. I mean, right? Strengthen the family. Get these kids back. You take the kids from the family. I mean, they bring them to you.
Yeah, it's a private placement. They place their kids with us. But.
Is it usually because it's a troubled child, right? In a bad family
not
situation?
Not only a troubled child, but just troubled family.
Just troubled family. Yeah. But that's your main goal, right? What happens if you lose sight of that goal? Yeah, I mean, you're floundering. Nothing. You're not going to bring those families back together. You're not going to. I mean, you're going to fail as an organization. Who's going to want to bring their kid? to you. I mean, if they see a bad track record of you not meeting that goal. So you've got to constantly keep your eye on that goal. But not only that, discipline number 2 is this. When the going gets tough, keep going. When the going gets tough, keep going. Because is it always easy? If you make a goal, are things easy? Things are just going to get tough. Things are going to get tough in our life. It's not, I mean, with you guys, things are going to get tough with you guys, right? I mean, there's trouble that you're dealing with. I mean, it's already tough, right? But you've got to keep going because the going is going to get tough. The hardest race that I ever did was right outside of Las Vegas, Nevada. And the bike ride, the 112-mile bike ride, was in the Mojave Desert. And it was hot. And it was the desert. And there was mountains out there. And there was 10,000 feet of climbing on the bike. Not all at once, but they were miles-long climbs. It was brutal. It was demoralizing. And it was tough. And it was the toughest thing I already had to physically that I ever had to finish. And at one point, I thought, I'm not going to finish. I wasn't, at one point, it was like at mile 100, and I'm looking down thinking, I mean, I'm supposed to be going 20 miles an hour, and I'm going like 10 or 12. Like, this is hard. What's happening? Well, there was a headwind, and I was going up this, they call it a false flat. It looks flat, but it's really, going up. And I thought, if this lasts too much longer, I'm not going to, the bike cutoff was 5 o'clock. If you didn't get off your bike at 5 p.m., they pulled you out of the race. So I thought, I'm not going to make it. But I got to just keep going. I just have to know myself that I gave everything I had. So I just kept going. It was tough. It was hard. Luckily, at one point, there was a right turn, and it went downhill all the way to the finish line of the bike. And I got in with only 10 minutes to spare. So that means if I would have had a flat tire, anything would have happened, I wouldn't have finished. But it was tough, but I just decided, you know what? I'm going to keep going, and I got to the finish line, or the finish of the bike. Eventually, the finish line of the race. But the point is this: it's that things in our life are going to get tough. Things in our teams are going to get tough. It's not everything's not easy. Even when these 14 principles, we're doing the best we can at these 14 principles. Everything. There will be times when things get tough. And when things get tough, we just have to realize we've got to keep going. It's a discipline, right? So, number 1, keep your eye on the goal. Number 2, when the going gets tough, keep going. There's an instance in the book of Acts, in Acts 14, where Paul and Barnabas were in the city, was it Lystra? And they were preaching there, and the people thought that they were Zeus and Hermes. They thought that they were the Greek gods because that's what they worshiped there. And I think they were healing some people at that point. And so they came and they put Paul and Barnabas up on a pedestal, and they started worshiping them like gods. And Paul says, wait, hold on a second. We're men just like you are. We're just here from God. We're no better than you. We're not more special. We're not these gods that you say. We're just regular men like you. And when they did that, what did the people do? They dragged him out of the city, right, and stoned Paul. That's one of the times that Paul got stoned, and left him for dead. And then he got up and went back into the city and continued to preach to him. Right, and saving people, and people were coming to Christ because of that. But these things happened to Paul over and over and over again. He was in jail. A little tough when you're in jail. You're in chains on a chain to a wall. It's a little tough. But what did he do in those situations? Did he give up? No, he kept going. And some of his best written letters came from prison, right? Yeah. Most of them, right? They came from him being in prison. The going got tough. He got stoned. He got beaten. I mean, he was faced with adversity at every step of his life, but he kept going because why? He knew what the goal was, and his purpose was a higher purpose than his physical well-being. You know, God was using him at the very beginning with the church to strengthen the church, and he didn't live a very easy life. But through those times when the going got tough for him, it kept going. So things are going to get tough. Things are going to get tough in your job. Things are going to get tough at home. Things are going to get tough with the church. And we've all heard it. We've all heard it before. And we just have to expect it. The discipline there is when the going gets tough, when things get tough, we've got to keep going. We just have to keep going. Discipline number 3 is this. When you get off track, get back in the right direction. When you get off track, get back in the right direction. Have you ever thought things were going well and then realized that you're off track? What do you do in those times? Do you just give up and say, well, you know, I gave it a try? Or do you get back in the right direction? See, we get off track sometimes. Even though we try to keep our eye on the goal, even though we think things are going, sometimes we just, look up and say, oh my goodness, we're off track. When I'm training for those long races, there's times where I miss a day of training, I miss another day, and all of a sudden I feel like, oh man, I'm really off track. But what do? I have to get back in the right direction. Go back and look at my training plan and pick up where I left off, and just keep going. When we're looking in Paul's life in Acts chapter 27, significant event happened for Paul in Acts chapter 27. He was on a ship, and what happened to that ship? It wrecked. It ran onto a reef and it wrecked. He was involved in a shipwreck, and he was on. I think at that point he was on his way to Rome, and this shipwreck happened, and he ended up on the island of Malta for a while. But what did he do after that? He got back in the right direction. But while he was shipwrecked, even on that island of Malta, he was allowing God to use him in different ways to reach those people. I mean, he was relentless when it came to spreading the gospel, sharing the good news of Christ, because of the disciplines that he had. So when you get off track, get back in the right direction. And then the 4th discipline is this: celebrate victories. Celebrate victories. So, and celebrate, even find things to celebrate together, even the small victories. And I use this example when I talk about these disciplines, that when I'm as it relates to Ironman racing, when I'm standing on the beach or the shore at the beginning of a race like that, the total mileage is 140.6 miles. It's 140.6 miles. If I stood on the shore before the swim start and said, man, I've got 140.6 miles to go, what do you think that's going to do? There's no way. I'm not doing that. That's crazy. But I have to break down this race into small segments and celebrate my own victories along the way. Because why? Because that gives me motivation to keep going. And it happens on our teams too. Celebrating victories gives us motivation to keep going. So when I'm getting ready to go on the swim, then even for the swim, if I think, man, I got to swim 2.4 miles, who wants to do that? Nobody. I don't want it. That's going to take way too long, But as soon as it starts, there's buoys along the swim course, right? And those buoys are usually, for my pace, 5 minutes apart. So I start this race and I go, okay, I have 5 minutes to that first buoy. 5 minutes. Anybody can swim 5 minutes. So I swim 5 minutes. I get to that buoy. And in my mind, I'm celebrating. I made it to this one. I went 5 minutes to the next one. And I go to the next one. And when I see that buoy, when I pass that buoy, then that's a little celebration. You know, like I can't throw my hands up or anything because I'm swimming. But in my mind, I'm thinking that this is great. And then it's another 5 minutes, and another 5 minutes, another 5 minutes. And celebrations along the way till I get done with the swim. And then and before I know it, I'm done, right? And then I get on my bike, and I can't think, I've got 112 miles to go. That's demoralizing. Who wants to do that, right? But every 10 miles, there's an aid station that's given fresh bottles of, Gatorade, waters, cold things. You can stop and get something to eat if you need it. And so every 10 miles, I know that's coming up. So 10 miles, my victory celebration is splashing myself with the smallest little things are a victory. So, and then another 10 miles, and 10 miles, and 10 miles, and 10 miles, until all of a sudden, 112 miles are done. Then I get on the run, and what happens? I can't think, I got 26.2 miles to go. Run. Who wants to do that? Nobody. So, but every mile, there's an aid station. So I get to that aid station, and there's Coke there. And I know it sounds weird, but there's usually chicken broth there too. And those things keep me alive during a run like that. And because I can't eat solid food when my body's stressed like that. But I can. They've got flat Coca-Cola. Boom, drink that. They've got some chicken broth. I'm drinking that because it's got salt and nutrient stuff to help me settle my stomach. But every mile, there's another victory because I got a mile. Another victory because I got another mile. And victory, mile after mile after mile, until 26.2 miles is done. And then I'm done with the whole 140.6 miles, right? But I broke it down all day long. And then the big celebration comes at the end, and literally, sometimes that comes in the form of a large pepperoni pizza. The whole pizza. It's crazy because I can't eat anything right when my stomach's too messed up. It takes me about an hour and a half. But then at that point, it's like, I don't care what is it. So I've been known to eat large pizzas. Anyway, so celebrate victories. Paul, 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verses 55 through 58. He celebrated victory, but the victory that he was celebrating was the victory over death. Because Christ defeated death, and Paul is celebrating that victory. He says, "Where, O death, is your sting? Where, O death, is your bite?" How does it finish there? Yeah, thanks be to God. That gives us the victory, right? God gives us the victory. So ultimately, that's our ultimate victory, right? But on our teams, and in our families, and in our churches, there's victories that we can celebrate along the way. But why? Because it keeps us all motivated to keep going, right? So keep your eye on the goal. When the going gets tough, keep going. When you get off track, get back in the right direction and celebrate victories. Those 4 disciplines right there will help you as a team. Those 4 disciplines, if you practice those in your life, will actually help you be better at practicing each one of these 14 timeless principles, not only in your life, but in the life of the people around you and the people on your team. So that's how we're wrapping up today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Are we going to take another 10 minutes? And then do a question and answer. Okay. All right, and I'll talk about those books after 10 minutes. So 10 minutes and we'll become. But before we get started, some of you have asked, and some of you already, if you're here in this room, the books are available for $10 if you're here in this room. The regular price is $16.99. So if you're on the live stream and you can see this is what the book looks like. If you search for it on Amazon, you can buy a copy on Amazon. It's going to cost you $6.99. Sorry, I do not have a discount code. So, what'd I say? $16.99. That's right. That's right. $6.99 on Amazon. $10 here in the room. No. If you've already bought it, I don't give any differences back. No. So I brought 30 copies with me on this trip. So I put them down to $10 because I don't want to take any home. But anyway, thanks for buying 5 of them, 5 copies. If everybody could do that, that'd be fantastic. So, I'm kidding. All right. Any questions? Anything? I know we went over a whole lot today. I mean, it was some of it we just really sped through. There's more information. There is more information about all these things in the book. That's why it was written. It was written to help strengthen teams, not only in churches, but in organizations, in business. The way that the book is written is that anybody can pick this book up, and it can be a help to them no matter what. You can be a Christian, not a Christian. I know it's got Christian principles all the way through it. So since we're obviously in a Christian setting here, my hope is that people will buy this book and see that, you know what, there is something to what the Bible says and what the Bible teaches us about how to be the best that we can be, and it does relate to our teams as well, and it makes our teams better, our churches, our families, our organizations. So, any questions? Yes, sir.
How would you apply this to generational differences? You may have a more traditional age group that is deeply rooted in tradition, and younger individuals that are more dynamic and change-oriented. How would you incorporate that?
So if you didn't hear that, the question was, how do we relate this to generational differences? And there are huge gaps right now in generations. I mean, if you are halfway paying attention, we can all see that. The values are different between older generations, younger generations. The way that we perceive life is different. There's in the younger generations, there's very few. I mean, the percentage of people in the younger generations that are Christian in church are a lot less now. But I will say this: each one of these 14 principles is all about building a strong relationships. And so if you look at this and you say, okay, can a 16, 17, 18-year-old can they learn how to show compassion to people? What's the answer to that? Yeah, they can they learn how to show kindness? Can they learn how to show gentleness? Can they learn how to be truthful? Show humility. The great thing about these principles is that they what I say is transcend every demographic that you can think of. And the reason is because they come from the Scripture. So the Word is living and active, sharper than any double-edged sword. I mean, it's living and active in our lives today. And when we're told that the Bible is living and active, it doesn't discriminate against any generation, against any age group. Now, so is communicating to different generations more challenging now than it probably ever has been? I would say yes. Is helping people understand that if we if we have these principles in our life, if we treat each other this way, then our quality of life is going to be better. Our families are going to be better. Yes, but it comes down to values. So people have to see these principles as values as well. And sometimes that's pretty hard to do in a world where in a society where it's more about I want you to accept me for who I am and accept my lifestyle. That's pretty tough. Because we have a lot of people come into our churches like that with that mindset. Are you an accepting church? How do you answer that? I mean, are you an accepting church? I mean, I would say that, I would hope that our churches would be accepting of the individual, but we cannot accept and agree with certain lifestyles. We just can't do it. Did Jesus do that? No. When he met the woman at the well and said, you're not with your first husband. As a matter of fact, you've had 5 husbands before. The guy you're living with now is not your husband. But I'm going to give you this. I'm going to give you this water. I'm going to give you this living water. Now, what did he say? Go and sin no more. He expected change, right? So, God's word expects change. That's how the Spirit works in our lives as well. But people have to be open and accepting of that. So, with different generations, we tend to be, with older generations, we tend to be more accepting of principles like this than maybe say, a lot of people in the younger generations. And it's going to be a little, it's challenging, but it's still doable. I think that's the best way that I can answer that, I think.
Back to principle number 7. There's certainly, I think we would all agree and see that there's times like Nehemiah said no to admitting the Sanballat, the Tobiah, and the Geshem into the group because of what they would do internally.
Mm-hmm.
But what about when you inherit the team that already has the Sanballat, Tobiah, and Geshem? And this is my concern in the circles I'm in, is so many guys going into ministries, taking positions in churches, but I think they are wise enough that they're not gonna, bring some of those people into the circle, but so many times they inherit them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We have to give people every opportunity to succeed that we can possibly give them, and sometimes that's not going to be attainable, in my opinion. I'm sorry. I forgot your name. Elena, that's right. Okay. So Elena and I were just having a conversation during the break, and she was talking about the difference between a retail environment, which is what she worked in before, and then this environment when she comes here, and John probably doesn't talk it to her at all, and I'm only kidding. But it's a completely different environment here than the retail environment. But I told her a story about my wife used to work in she was an assistant manager for a retail store, and her and the manager were having problems with this one particular person. This one particular person was very toxic. They gossiped. They tried to cause trouble. They tried to get other people together against the management team in the church. They were just very now this was somebody that they both inherited, right? This person when they both came into the store, she was already working there, and they tried everything that they could. And so finally they called me and they said, "What do we do?" And I said, "Well, do you have this document?" Now this is secular business, this isn't the church, but some of the same principles I think apply. Is that did you give them a chance? Yes. Did you document this? Yes. So give me examples of what. So they were telling me all this stuff. How much time have you spent with this person? Well, we spent this amount of time with this person. And I said, okay, at this point you need to make a decision. How much longer are you willing to spend your time on this one person in these difficulties, as opposed to spending your time on what really matters, which is in the store, merchandising and working with customers, and ultimately selling clothes is what they did. And so they decided that they had, I said, because when you take your time dealing with this person over here, you're losing over here. You're losing sales over here. And so how much longer are you going to do that? So, but they ended up firing her because she was very toxic and she wasn't going to change, but they gave her every opportunity. And so as soon as they fired her, the whole culture of the store, started changing right away because she was very toxic. Now, how does that relate to to a church or ministry organization when you inherit a toxic people? One of the in my experience with the church along the way, I think one of the biggest mistakes or downfalls that a church makes is allowing a person to continue on because, well, we're the church and we can't fire anybody. Well, that causes more damage in the long run in many cases than it does good. And sometimes we need to give people as many opportunities as we can, and we need to be stern, but we need to still continue to treat them just like these 14 principles are. We still need to approach them with humility, with patience, with kindness, with compassion, with all of these things. And then there are times where it's just not going to work, and that person has to go. And so, for the good of the team, because what happens if you allow somebody to stay around that is a bad influence like this, or you inherit somebody, even if you inherit somebody that's toxic like that, and they're causing all kinds of issues, and nobody wants to be around them, and it's causing all, so what does that do? What does that do to the rest of the team? It demoralizes them. What does it do for the leader? It makes the team lose trust in the leader, because you're just allowing this to continue on and on. And I might be talking about extremes here, not knowing what the actual situation is. But I do believe that there are times when people need to be let go and fired, and we say give them the opportunity to find
New places.
What's the word? The phrase, gain employment elsewhere, something, that fits them better. But I don't know if that answers your question or not, but it's one of the hardest decisions I think that on a church staff that the leader has to make. But when the leader doesn't make those decisions and it keeps continuing, then the rest of the team could lose trust in the leader as well.
In those conversations where you're dealing maybe with a church member or a volunteer, what might that conversation sound like? You don't have that option to terminate. You might invite them to find another congregation, but you don't want to send your problem somewhere else. So what does this conversation sound like?
Yeah.
On the church level?
Man, you guys. John, why are we doing open question and answer?
John says, because you're up there and I'm
That's right. That's right.
You could just tell us to read the book. I don't know.
Yeah, it's in the book. No. There is a book that really speaks to this. Honestly, one of our instructors, Mark Atterbury, was in ministry for 30 plus years. He wrote a book called Troublemakers in the Church. You've heard of it? Okay. Do you have it?
No.
Okay. I would recommend you to buy that, Mark Atterbury's book, Troublemakers in the Church. And in that book, he breaks down 3 categories. It's dealing with the dangerous, the difficult, and the deadly. And he's not talking about people on staff. He's talking about church people, volunteers. And he breaks them down into 3. This was his experience over his years of ministry. And each one of the people, there's 25 profiles in this book. And each one of those profiles he uses a fictitious name for, but it was an actual person that he had to deal with and how he had to deal with it. He's much more capable of explaining that than I would be. But
that's great.
Yeah. So you know, there's people in your church that are just dangerous, or difficult, I mean, and those are the people that they, you know, they get on your nerves, they bother you, and sometimes you'd rather just walk the other way than talk to them, but you force yourself to talk to them. They're just difficult. They're difficult people to deal with. They're not going to cause, you know, per se, any damage to the church. They're just difficult. And then the next group, the dangerous, they have a little bit more potential to cause more harm. So, you know, there's profiles of different people in that category of the dangerous and the trouble, the harm that they could cause to the church. They're not going to split the church or, you know, cause some massive, but they're going to cause some issues. And then the deadly are the people who can really, if you let them go, they can destroy your church. You know, that's where then all of a sudden you have church splits and you have a coup. You know, you have a group of people that rise up, you know, against the elders or the minister, whoever it is, and start causing all kinds of trouble that can actually be very deadly to the church. So I would recommend that book. Yeah. But I would tell you this too, volunteers can be fired as well. And sometimes they have to be for the good of the rest of the church. You don't want that. None of us want to have to deal with that, and that's one of the hardest things that a leader or especially the preaching minister has to deal with. One of the benefits of being in a larger staff and having an executive minister is the senior minister can rely on that person to take care of it all, and he doesn't have to do it. But unfortunately, you know, so many people are not in that position. They have to do it themselves, and it's hard. It's hard for somebody who's caring and compassionate to sit somebody down and have those difficult conversations with them. But sometimes it just has to be done. Any other questions? All right. Well, we're done. We will wrap it up with that. Thank you guys for your involvement today and participation, and I really appreciated the opportunity to come. John, thanks so much.
Thank you, Travis, very much. Thank you guys that came. Thank you guys that are online. I'll close this in prayer, and then you're welcome, like I said, the bookstore, Travis's books. You're welcome to hang around and socialize as long as you want. I'll tell you how to lock the door if you stay that long. Let me close this out in prayer. Father in heaven, we thank you again for this day. We thank you for Travis and his time and his energy. Thank you for the things we've heard. Father, once again, we're here because we want the church to be as good as it can be. And I pray that you'll help us take the things we've learned and heard today, put them into practice in the ministries in which we're involved, and it'll all be done for the glory of God. For those that are traveling, many are traveling a long way, please grant safe travel. And Lord, again, we just thank you for the day. In Jesus Christ's name, amen.